present for this inaugural function physically and virtually. The principals, professors of different colleges affiliated to Mumbai University and my fellow students. On behalf of University and Vidyan Bharati, I take this opportunity to welcome you all. It is obvious to feel happy to deliver the welcome remark and also excited and feel blessed about this role. First of all, I appreciate the overwhelming response of delegates and the speakers for this two-day national conference on Aazadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, past, present, future of Indian science. I am proud to say that this conference has been organized by University of Mumbai, Thane Subcampus, Kalyan Center, and Ratnagiri Subcampuses in association with Vidyan Bharati. It is a regular activity of University of Mumbai to organize such conferences to enlighten the young minds and promote the participation of students at all levels. After post-independence of Bharat and the resolve what the young minds of India have decided, that is Atmanirbhar Bharat 2022 to 2047. I conclude once again. I will.
Thank you, sir, for the welcome note. I would now six, an MTech in urban planning from VRCE, Nagpur, with the second merit rank. She has almost 40 years of teaching experience with administrative experience as a chief chancellor. She is the principal of Mundle College of Architecture, and she has various other awards and recognition. She secured second merit at university level for BTech and MTech, first prize at national level architecture design of Shahid Smarak at Zero Smiles, Nagpur. She is a member of planning board of IGNOU, member of National Board of Studies of Town Planning at AICTE. She is appointed on board of directors of Maharashtra State Faculty Development Academy, Government of Maharashtra, Higher and Technical Education. She also has books published in her name. The one, Eco-Friendly Architecture of Harasil Valley, also published a large number of research papers in reputed national and international conferences. She also has acquired copyrights for taxonomy of architectural design, the architectural design process of Mundle College of Architecture. She is an approved PhD supervisor and has guided more than 10 students successfully for the PhD research and continues to guide students towards path-breaking research. The list of ma'am's achievements goes on, but in the interest of time, I will stop here and like to welcome ma'am to address the gathering. Now I'd request ma'am to kindly address the crowd.
I think Madam is joining, no?
I have already joined, but I have not been able to unmute myself, nor could I see and nor could I hear actually. But right now I am able to speak because I have been unmuted. But if video is also on, then I'll be, I can. I just now heard something. So till now I was not able to hear as well.
Madam, now you
I'd request ma'am.
now your video is on.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Technical hazards are always there. I can understand that. And up till now, there were a few formalities and welcomes which have happened. And unfortunately, I was not able to hear only that part of the program. But it's a pleasure, like always. It's a pleasant morning as well. It would have been a wonderful thing to join all of you there on this pleasant morning of Shravan, the first day of Shravan. And Shravan always has its own beauty, and the poets have always described those. I congratulate Mumbai University and all other campuses of Mumbai University, campus heads of the university, as well as Vigyan Bharati, to choose such an auspicious day for having talking and discussing and deliberating on such an important subject. And I also thank all of you to choose me to discuss and talk to you all on this wonderful day on the wonderful topic as well. The topic is close to my heart, though I would say I'm not a technocrat, nor am I actually the engineer. I'm an architect, as was introduced, and where there is a blend of technology and art. And this blend, actually, I realized over the years, is a part of the entire lifestyle and the theme and the way we all Indians think, Bharatiya think. It's a way of life. It's a blend. It's never, somebody is not always only a technocrat, nor is he or she just an artist. It's always a blend. And life is that way. Life is always holistic. Thank God. After so many years of independence, and after so many years of having gone under the reign of British, and in 1835, when Macaulay talked about wiping out our culture through education, national education policy has come up. And now we are talking about holistic education, multidisciplinary education, and we are talking about bringing things together, bringing hearts together, bringing people together. And this is what the conference actually would do by talking about the technology. There are various fields, but today we are focusing, and I'm so proud, so happy that the organizers have thought about the one very important aspect, that is technology. India has contributed in so many fields, and we say spirituality is a soul of that. And the spirituality with science, spirituality with art, spirituality with what we do every day is something which is a part of Indians, part of Bharatiya culture, part of we all together. That's why this is something which needs to be discussed. I would right now, right at the beginning, confess that I am not an expert of this particular field, but definitely my own field has given me a chance of talking and thinking about what can technology do to the human soul, to the human mind, to the society, to the behavioral pattern of the society, and so on and so forth. I'm aware there is a plethora of experts who have joined this conference. There are experts and there are people who have done so much of work in their own field. They would also reflect on their views and their viewpoints, particularly on this aspect. The theme is wonderful, unsung heroes of technology of Bharat Bhumi. That is what I interpreted it as. Aazadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, past, present, and future of Indian science is also the theme. And this is something which is a blend of what we have been doing, what we have been hearing, and what has been a part of it. We can interpret it, and you all experts will interpret it the way you have experienced this subject as. In chemistry, in physics, in technology, in engineering, in medicine, the contribution of Indians, Bharatiya scholars, rishis, munis has been wonderful, and small attempts all over have always been there to compile them together. One such attempt is in the form of a book of Pride of India, which was published in Nagpur, and that has become a backbone of what can be explored for technology. We hear here and there, we read sometimes about the things which our Rishi Munis have done. Today, I will restrict and talk only very briefly, of course, because the time is short. I understand only about the aspect of architecture. We all go to temple, and especially in Shravan Mas, every day, many times, many breaths, many sankalpa we do, and we visit invariably the temple. And the temple has been inevitable part of Indian life, Hindu lives, and we have we only looked at it as a structure? The structure of temple, when you go there, you look for the deity and the blessings of the deity, but it's a yantra, mantra, and tantra together which goes there, and that's where the technology comes in. Yantra, the entire temple complex or a building is a yantra in itself. It has been designed with the help of the Vastu Purusha Mandala. And Vastu Purush Mandal, understanding the formation of Vastu Purusha Mandal, which is a square, sometimes in the form of 81 columns and sometimes 64 columns. And yet which goddess, which god should come at in which corner or in which square is being explained so explicitly. And it varies with the location and the geography. And we have got all treatises, the books in Sanskrit, which we all can read, translate, understand what this Vastu Purush Mandal is and what is the technology behind this Vastu Purusha Mandala planning. It's not only the geographical locations which play an important role, but it is, as I said right at the beginning, the holistic science. It's the goddess who are dedicated to a particular month, theme, part of the ambience, part of the environment, protecting the Panchamahabhutas, praying them, and then so on and so forth. However, in spite of the plan, which is so technically prepared, the experience of a human being when one enters the temple is being taken care of. So the impact of this planning on the mindset of a human being or an individual who is entering with for a worship. Actually, the entire background and the preparation of the soul has mind has been already done. The mood is set. However, when as you once enter the temple complex, the entire ambience is designed accordingly. I would not go into the details of how that ambience is being designed and how you feel inside, because I'm aware that each one present here in this conference, as well as physically as well as virtually, have experienced it. The ghanti, the smell of the all incense and everything, of course. But I would talk about the yantra which is made out of this temple complex is also because of its superstructure and the construction technology which has been used. The wonders which has now spread all across Bharat Bhumi in the form of these temples are there. We know they are there. We go to these temples for worship, but we never look at them as the gems of technology. The construction technology of the Kailasha temple of Verul, which is something which we hear, we say, we look at it with awe, but yet we do not acknowledge it and do not put it in our textbooks also to understand how could somebody in the 800 AD would have actually constructed a temple from top to bottom. And I wonder why it has not yet come into the eight and become in the seven wonders of the world. It's much more than what has been described otherwise. The tons and tons of rock has been unearthed and put outside. Where did it go? Which is stone. The kalas was made first, and gradually the carving has been done. When you go inside the Garbhagriha and look at the top of the ceiling, a beautiful carving, and I just wonder how could it have been carved? How could it have been carved without spoiling the eyes of the sculptor? One single stroke of the chisel could have actually spoiled it. The Belur Hilebid in Karnataka. The columns are of each column is different. Sometimes they are hollow. Sometimes the bangles of the sculpture moves. How does it happen? Was there a different kind of a technology? We are not able to understand. If I start talking about the miracles of the things, of the technology, I remember the temple of Hubli, which all of you know, Vithala temple, where the columns sing of not only Saregama Padanisa, but of the instruments which are there on the columns. How does it happen? We try to unearth the technology and we unfold the technology, and we are not able to do that. Somebody tried to find out how the Pushkarni of the Udaipur, Saheli ki Badi, how does it work? And the British officer tried to do it. When you enter, there is a wonderful play of water, and it still works with its own motivation, I would say, but the technology is inside there. If I start writing down, compiling, and collecting all this information, we realize it's a wonderful construction technology, and not only construction technology, but the science of behavior of and all those materials of the world which were used for the construction was known to them. Shila Taddeshe Lokajnani Shadasha Pratishtha Hiranyarekhika Samavarana Tamra Dhatu Putika Vajralapta Saikata Like. These are the words to describe the stones used for the construction of the temple. The stone with the golden line, the stone with the uniform color, the stone with the copper color, the stone with the which is rich in the minerals, stone which is like a diamond, and stone which is made up of sand particles. They did call it sandstone and so on, so forth, granite. but these were the descriptions. Which stone should be mined from which mine, how it should be done, the technology of mining the stone, technology of using a particular stone for a particular sculpture, a stone which is cut horizontally should be used for a particular purpose, and stone, how to use it for the column, which kind of a stone to use. And the limit goes to an extent, the Stapati, when he hit the stone and tapped it and tried to understand the sound and then determine the gender of the stone, whether it's a feminine stone, whether it is a masculine stone, or whether it is a neutral stone. And then using that particular stone for the particular statue or a part of a temple. This is all about yantra of temple. Mantra of temple is also equally important. Mantra did something to these temple complexes. And from morning, early morning to evening, the mantra was always there as a part of these temple complexes. The detailed technology behind these mantra is always not yet understood by the modern scientists as yet. It needs to be explored. Why a particular kind of a vibration and why particular emotions is evoked in a particular day of a time in a particular temple is not yet been explored appropriately by scientists. That's where the future of science lies in. Yantra, mantra, and tantra is a technology of making this all happen. I was wondered by a kind of the soil testing and the tests given in the Vastu Shastra. One, like you dig wherever the temple has to be or whatever structure has to be constructed, you dig a soil, remove the soil, fill the soil again, and then if the soil remains part of it, then you conclude some other results, and if it is compacted, then something else is up there. In a pit which is dug for testing the soil, a lamp is put inside, and the time till when it burns results to something else. You put some seeds inside on that soil, and then when they grow, and with the quality of the growth of those seeds, you decide the quality of the soil and the quality of the soil structure, so and so forth. The books and treatise and the mentions and everything is written so perfectly. Why have we ignored it, and why are we not looking at it? I just wonder why. I have no answer to that. Even in spite of being an academician, I have not been able to be influential to put it across in the curriculum for the youngsters to understand our temples, our structure, our construction technology to that extent. In spite of all these things, what I actually realized is that we have been talking about all these sciences. I talked to you very briefly. Before I conclude, I would like to also add one more example. There is a temple, Someshwar temple near Hyderabad, where there is a shadow continuously behind the linga. And this shadow doesn't deter at all, not even in a day of a time or not even in a season. It's always there. Local people call it a Parvati of Shiva, and because it stands like a shadow behind him always. But one of the scientists tried to find out, and the law of detraction makes it happen. There's no column in front of the Garbhagriha to cast this shadow. That's why it is called Someshwar Chaya temple. But why? What is that makes this shadow appear there? So people try to find out. People won't sit idly. And they realized there are 4 columns, and it's a diffraction technology which makes this shadow happen there. Google is the best thing. All of you who are listening today can listen to these and then read about it and then find out how this technology works. And there is a physics behind it. Not only the physics, but the work of an architect who understood this physics. Not only that, but he measured the diameters of the 4 columns where the shadow would merge together and make it happen on throughout the day, in spite of the movement of the sun. We all are aware about the technology which is there behind the Sun Temple of Konark. How the wheel of the Sun Temple and the entire temple became the yantra to measure the time, not only of the day but of the month, of the years and millions of years together. How does it happen? If we start talking about it, everything needs to be unraveled through scientists, and that's the future research and the challenge which lies in front of us. Why are we not doing it? I remember here the quote of Swami Vivekananda, who always said that we means the civilization. He is not talking only about Indians. The civilization is indulging into the petty inventions and innovations and being very happy about discovering 1 or 2 innovations. These innovations and discoveries which man is doing over these years is actually like a particle of a sand on the seashore. There is so much to be revealed. And the things which we are not able to reveal, we say it's under Shraddha and it does not happen at all. Like British told us that we need to believe it that. However, Swami Vivekananda further says that if a child is playing with the same toy, even after the becoming fully grown adult, then we say that the growth of the child is stunted. He is not yet grown. Same he says with the civilized mankind. Mankind has got a path to understand. According to him, the entire revelation is within us. We are not able to explore that. We are not able to put it formally in our education system yet. We are not able to take an appropriate path for the science, for the blending of the information and the technology and the sciences and the experiences together to make this scientific exploration meaningful and true to what our ancestors actually knew about. The national education policy actually gives us the opportunity and to handle this challenge, and we should be able to handle this challenge with our open hearts and open mind and open eyes. And that's why this conference becomes further more meaningful to put this information in the minds of the youngsters. Thank you so much for inviting me here and making me a part of this conference. Thank you so much. And I'm so happy to be here, to be with you all. And I wish my best wishes to all of you, to Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. R.D. Kulkarni, and Rajwade Sir, who has invited me here for this conference. It's been a wonderful moment, wonderful morning. Thanks again.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Now I request Pro Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University, Professor R.D. Kulkarni sir, to give his presidential address. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Advait Vaidya. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ujjwala Chakradev, madam. Madam, I extend sincere thanks to you on behalf of University of Mumbai for accepting our invitation and delivering really a thought-provoking lecture on the scientific past as well as scientific present. You have presented many examples, which in fact highlights our scientific wisdom in designing many structures. Let me extend sincere thanks to all resource persons who have accepted our invitation and delivering talk on different topics in subsequent sessions. I hope I am audible to all. Vaidya sir, I am audible.
Yes, sir.
So I just extend again similar thanks to all sub-campuses. Now, sub-campuses are becoming really stronger in organization of various events, and it's a matter of pride that Ratnagiri, Thane, and Sindhudurg have come together so that the real benefits of conference connected to the colleges affiliated to University of Mumbai in these particular districts are really felt and allowed to be really spread. Friends, on this occasion, I just would like to present my thoughts on the scientific research in past and present itself. I have come across one research paper which in fact cites the science in pre-independent India, and which was published in 2017. One of the key words that has been cited in this particular research paper needs to be strongly strongly referred in a right sense. Like the paper really refers to one particular term, that is colonial science, which probably the concept which was initially coined by Professor Basala, who wanted to legitimize the concept of colonial science. In fact, the author of this particular paper, which I am citing, Professors Swapna Kumar Patra and Professor Memo, they of course have tried to contest this term colonial science, because the colonial science probably is not a right word, and it was primarily coined to refer to the status of science and technology activity under colonialism in the colony. And probably the concept tells us that like something that the scientific activity has been originated from European world to Indian world, or probably the British colonies where the British were in power, which is probably definitely not a right. And the idea of colonial science has been greatly contested, confronted, and probably have now been given a complete refusal. And it's a well-established fact now that really the development and institutionalization of science and as well as technology is not just in the colonial period, but it was well before. And our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Chakravarti Madam, Professor Ujjwala Chakradev Madam, have cited many examples of scientific past. Now, when one refers really the number of research papers which were originated, one of the key way to find out how these research papers could be tracked, could be traced. Naturally, we go by Scopus and all Scopus, as well as the other typical scientometric mapping of the growth of literature. Of course, one needs to keep in mind that the Scopus or probably the other scientometric mapping does probably gives a specific bias to English language and may not recognize very well the research publications published in the regional languages. So there definitely in regional languages also one observes a lot of trend which needs to be reflected, and probably CSR taking up initiative so as to document the regional knowledges uh, for global benefit well taken into account at this moment itself. Now, the when one refers to, of course, even if you go back, the scopus of probably the publications, probably from the period of 18th and from the period of 19th and 20th century, and even then one finds a very good evidence of the scientific research activity in India itself. Of course, one has to keep in mind that the scientific research in pre-independent India was definitely a very tough task. Britishers probably did not allow scientific research to grow to the major topics. Whatever probably they were talking about was connected to more of like something which is connected to a lower skill level of scientific research, and naturally that doesn't count very well on the scientific part. But the rich scientific and the cultural heritage which the India has reflected in numerous publications, and I just would like to present some of them. Particularly, the Scopus database of elsewhere science, of course, as I said, has a limitation, that is, it is based on only on the scholarly publication data from the Scopus. Although the Scopus has an extensive coverage of global literature, it has English language bias. Secondly, many of the Indian publications in pre-independent India have not been covered in the Scopus, considering that the citation database is a relatively new database, and no citation or bibliographic database extensively covers all the Indian science and technology publications. For example, Professor Bhattacharya published his research paper in 1989, and he specifically took into account the Indian publications in pre-independent India in regional languages, where he found that around 2,124 science publications in Indian languages between 1875 and 1896. So just say the 21 years, okay, even in pre-independent India, one observes around 2,124 science publications. It has been noted in this paper that the Calcutta Book Society, formed in 1817, contained 333 journals, books, and other publications in various fields of science and technology. So, probably this has to be kept in mind while using the Scopus as a probably one of the analytical framework for getting scientometric mapping of the growth of literature. So that needs to be kept in mind. So one observes that for the period 1807 to 1947, around 6,008 records were retrieved from the Scopus database. Okay, so whatever presented by Bhattacharya, okay, so which are probably covered in regional languages. Of course, one now probably I appeal, in fact, the organizers now to take forward the concept of conference further and undertake extensive research in terms of the science publications, probably in the period, pre-independent period, up to 1947. Let us carry research so that in addition to the Scopus database, we will be able to understand what are the different forms of publications in different fields of science and technology. Scopus database, as we observe, between 1807 to 1947, there were 6,008 records, which are really noted. And one of the definitely good angle is that the major publications are also reported in Nature. It is that around 420 publications are say published in the most prestigious journal like Nature itself. So that's definitely a matter of great pride. British Medical Journal, of course, follow. In British Medical Journal, one comes across around 555 publications. Journal of Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain and Ireland, that carries around 130 publications. Proceedings of the Zoological Society of London carries around 52 publications. So transactions of the Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene around 66. So that is how overall the classification of 6,000 publications. Of course, one observes that during those days, the proceedings of Indian Academy of Sciences, section two sections, section A and section B, of course, was the major area of preferred publications, where one observes around 2,000 publications are recorded in the proceedings of the Indian Academy of Sciences itself. And of course, when one looks at the top 10 productive authors, then one observes Professor T.R. Seshadri from Andhra University, the Nobel laureate C.V. Raman, then R.D. Desai, Bhagavatam, Krishnan, Singh, Chawla, B.N. Singh from BHU. Okay, so these are probably the major productive authors in terms of the publications. And if you look at their affiliations, in terms of affiliations, who were probably leading, there one observes that Indian Institute of Science, of course, over a short period, 1914 to say 1947, have recorded almost 617 publications. So Indian Institute of Science was leading in research in those days. Of course, we know that even today, this institute is leading. Andhra University was probably the next next to Indian Institute of Science in terms of record of publications, around 387. BHU, of course, 191, 280. And of course, we would be interested in knowing what was the status of University of Mumbai, which was established in 1857. So the first publication from the professors of University of Mumbai came for the in 1866, and around 46 publications have been recorded on behalf of University of Mumbai. Association for Cultivation, since it records mainly science and technology, so that is how 46, because in those days probably University of Mumbai was more working in the field of humanity. Indian Association for Cultivation of Science, this particular is not an academic or it was a research organization. Really, this institution deserves mention because this has worked really under tough period. When we talk about unsung heroes of science and technology in pre-independent period, whether it is Jagdish Chandra Basu, Meghnad Saha, C.V. Raman, okay, so all those and as well as different scientists who worked in pre-independent era in spite of lack of supporting infrastructure, in spite of lack of availability of the funds, in spite of lack of support from the, in fact, there was, you may say there was a negative attitude of the Britishers towards Indian scientists, in spite of even then, we have a very good culture of science and technology. Indian Association for Cultivation of Science in Calcutta deserves specific mention. This institute was established in 1876 by Dr. Mahendra Lal, initially primarily aimed to popularize science and scientific subject, and gradually it started fundamental research in physics and chemistry. The Raman effect, for which the Nobel Prize was awarded to Sir C.V. Raman, was discovered in this Indian Association for Cultivation of Science. Okay, so this has to be kept in mind. So there was, so primarily what one understand that there was an institutional collaboration network for science and technology, even in a pre-independence period. Of course, one needs to keep in mind that of course, in post-independent, we have now really like moving towards becoming a scientific superpower. So developing India, the country of Kanad, Maharishi Kanad, Vishwamitra, C.V. Raman, and last but least, like our honorable past president, late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Okay, so one observes that in post-independent, we have carried many developments. Of course, since we have specifically many lectures on this topic, so I will just cite few and will stop probably my presidential address. Like say, for example, we understand that as far as defense technology is concerned, we are definitely one of the great country. The Defense Research and Development Organization, established in 1958, have developed several large programs and essential technology, including aircraft, small and large arms, artillery systems, tanks and armored vehicles, sonar systems, command and control systems, and as well as missile systems. So when you talk about nuclear energy sector, okay, so where in 1954 the Department of Atomic Energy was established, and probably we have the first nuclear bomb in 1974 under the guidance of nuclear physicist Raja Ramanna in Pokhran. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, of course, was instrumental in subsequent subsequent testings in around 1998, and likewise, so we find that now we are probably going for large-scale use of nuclear energy for generation of electric energy. Space technology is probably one of the matter of pride for all of us. Like like Indian Space Research Organization have given points of like pride for all of us. Aryabhatta was launched in 1975, and then probably now ISRO has conducted two successful space projects like Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan in 2008 and 2014, and now probably we are really a space superpower. That makes India's space science a matter of pride for all of us. And in the last, I just would like to present that science and technology in India rests on primarily four pillars. One is techno-nationalism, of course, like as we have seen in space, defense, as well as nuclear research program, where really we have technological development with national pride. Of course, recent vaccination exercise is also a matter of great pride, and it represents real techno-nationalism. And that is the reason how we were good in scientific activity. We would like to undertake scientific activity and technology development to promote inclusive growth, so that the socially and economically weaker sections of the society are definitely required to be well benefited. Techno-globalism really is another part where we would like to see that we'd like to accept global challenges. Now, gone the word multinational, okay, earlier was coined in different sense. Now, Indian companies themselves are multinational organizations. So that is how techno-globalism is moving, probably presenting a great matter of pride for all of us, and global leadership. So we would like to become a superpower mainly on the basis of knowledge, mainly on the basis of research, mainly on the basis of technological development. So all these four pillars, techno-nationalism, inclusive growth, techno-globalism, and global leadership, really is something it's taking up developments in science and technology to a great extent. And I am sure during this one-day deliberation, we would be able to say the 2 days deliberation, we would be able to get many insights on scientific and technological developments in past and present as well as in the future context also. I extend this sincere congratulations to organizers and also extend my sincere thanks to Vinyan Bharti for taking up this topic at right moment as a part of Aazadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And I'm sure we will not stop at just the organization of conference, but we will take up the definite scientific research in Indian knowledge system as well as probably the scientific past as far as pre-independence period is concerned. Now, of course, we'll have a right look at future context in terms of scientific leadership, the technological developments, which will enable our country to have a 5 trillion economy as well as a position of superpower across globe. So thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
With the permission of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, I would now like to declare this national conference open. We now invite you to a short tea break. We'll be starting in 10 minutes. So I request you to have tea and be back here after 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello. We'll be serving the tea here itself, so please be seated. And while the speakers will be speaking. Hello. Everyone, please be seated on your seats. So we have with us eminent speakers from different institutions across the country who will share their thoughts on topics of contemporary relevance in the areas of science and technology. First, we have with us Professor Ranjana Agarwal with us on online mode. She had received the Dr. Vasudev Banerjee Memorial Award in 2014 by Indian Chemical Society, the Professor S.S. Katiyar Endowment Award in 2015 by Indian Science Congress, and she's also the member of the National Monitoring Committee for Minorities Education by MHRD, New Delhi. Professor Ranjana will be talking on the topic, the British Raj and its scientific apparat on Bharat.
Thank you very much for the nice words of introduction. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate University of Mumbai, Thane Subcampus, Kalyan Center, Ratnagiri Subcampus for organizing this event, a conference on past, present, and future. It's really indeed the best thing to do when we are celebrating Aazadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. I was very happy to listen the talks by Vice Chancellor SNDT University and Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. R.D. Kulkarni, who very nicely explained about the past and the present achievements which India has done in the last 75 years and pre-independence. I believe that today's topic, the schedule I have received, it has been highlighted that today's session are going to be based on the past achievement, what happened in the colonial period to the science, and how we have emerged as victorious. So I believe that history is very important because it gives us a glimpse into the foundation on which our nation is built. It is our inheritance. History should be learned and respected as this is what, when we revisit and learn from the past and build our present and future. So I will be today talking on British Raj and apartheid to science, Indian science. So if you allow me, I will be sharing my slides. Can you see my slides? Are my slides visible? If somebody can respond, am I audible and are my slides visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I just put it in the slideshow. Yes. So the topic is the British Raj and its scientific apartheid on Bharat. I will be touching on 4 points. One is the Bharat seat of excellence, Muslim conquest and the British Raj, Indian science and scientists victims of apartheid, and demolition of apartheid through excellent science. As I said about the past, it is very important for the young generation to understand what we were and start having pride in our inheritance. So India was in 3 components. If I split into wealth, knowledge, and resources, India was one of the richest civilization in the world. When you talk of wealth, we were contributing more than 30% of world global GDP. An economist, Angus Madison, in his books Contours of the World Economy 2007, mentioned that in 1500, India was contributing 24% to the world GDP. And when British left in 1950, 3 years after for our independence, we were contributing only 4.2%. So that was the debilitating effect of colonization on Indian economy. We were rich and then we were nothing. When it comes to knowledge, Indian knowledge was of excellence. When it comes to textile, Indian muslin we know, ship making, metallurgy, medicine, architecture, and many more. Similarly, for resources, India has a rich geographical land mass. You have here deserts and the snow-clad mountains and the ocean and the Gangetic Plain, rich biodiversity, and the demography which Europeans could never think of. Very briefly, I will go to the great beginning we had. When we talk of the ancient civilization, Egypt, Greece, Mesopotamia, Babylon, etc., we all understand that the Indus Valley civilization was much ahead of the other civilizations. Harappans were known for the seal carving. The cutting of patterns into the bottom face of a seal, a small card object used for stamping. Harappans used these distinguished seals for identification of property and to stamp clay on trade goods. We were also good in arts. We used those seals to decorate earthenwares having the figures of elephants, tigers, water buffaloes, etc. That was the age of metallurgy, and that was the Bronze Age, where we had the science of working with copper, bronze, lead, and tin. The dancing girl, which is still present in National Museum, is from Harappan times, which has used lost wax technology, which is still being used for dhokra arts. Another thing that we were very good in handicrafts, semi-precious gemstone, we knew about it. Excuse me, my slides are not moving. Yes. If you look at the Dholavira, this is the Harappan civilization excavated in Gujarat. It shows that how rich we were in the technology, particularly in the accuracy of the systems. We have standardized tools for measuring length and mass, and fire-baked bricks, which were uniform in size and moisture resistant, were used for making particularly building baths and sewage structure. Consistency of brick size across cities also suggests that our civilization was not limited to a smaller area. It was a broader civilization spread over a larger landmass. And these were the upholders of our strong scientific legacy, Acharya Charak, Naga Arjuna to Leelavati. And here I would like to emphasize that in the ancient time, in Indian civilization, even women have the right to practice science. Mathematician, Leelavati was the mathematician, and she was the daughter of Bhaskaracharya. For the young generation, for a very simple comparison, which they don't have to go into discussions or arguments, the two metallic structures, one the Delhi Iron Pillar in India and the other one Eiffel Tower, Paris. If you compare these two, this Delhi Iron Pillar in Qutub Minar complex is 23 years old. It does not have any coating, built by ancient Indians, and still no rusting taking place. On the other hand, Eiffel Tower, only 83 years old. Lots of nano coatings are done to maintain it. This is built by modern scientists. Until now, great maintenance is carried out for preventing out from rust. So it clearly indicates that the ancient metallurgy in India was of much higher excellence and much higher technologically advanced as compared to present one. And when it comes to infrastructure advancements, this is a picture of Kalanai Dam on Kaveri near Tanjavur, Trichy. This was created by Chola king in approximately 150 AD for the irrigation of the fertile data districts to boost irrigation. The irrigated area at that time was 69,000 acres, and that area was producing more rice as compared to the whole Japan. It is the oldest dam in India and the fourth oldest in the world. And this dam, which was constructed in 1st and 2nd AD, inspired the British engineer Arthur Cotton in 19th century to build another band across the Koli Dam, the major distributary of the Kaveri. So with these few slides, I just wanted to highlight what kind of scientific, technological know-how India had, and that technological know-how was for the well-being of the society. Now, when we talk about the colonial period or the British Raj, so then the question comes to our mind, was it the first invasion on India, Bharat? No. With such a great heritage of wealth, knowledge, and resources, Bharat attracted invasions from foreign forces since 712 AD, from Arabs, for Mongol Turks, for Mughal. All these conquests took place by land route, and it was from northwest, starting from Muhammad bin Qasim, who invaded India in 1712, followed by Muhammad Ghazni, who invaded India 17 times. But these invasions, they came, they looted, took the bounty, and created their own capitals in the northwest. The actual Islamic world was created in 1173 when Muhammad Ghori invaded in India, and he tried to establish himself in India. And after then, Kutubuddin Aibaks and Tamur Lang, etc., many ruled till 1526 when Mughals established their empire in India, and they wanted to expand on the whole subcontinent. And for 200 years, that was the time when we were ruled by Mughals. After 200 years of Mughal time, the collapse of Mughal empire was taking place. India was being split into smaller kingdoms and smaller sultanates. So that was the time another invasion started taking place. And this invasion was very different from the Northwest because it was from the sea route. In 1498, Portuguese Vasco da Gama reached Calicut from the south, and then followed by Dutch, British, Danes, French. And the important point is that these invaders, they were basically traders, small traders, but they knew the new art of sailing, and they wanted to explore the world. Before Vasco da Gama, Columbus also started sea exploration. He wanted to explore India, but he reached at America. So that is a different story altogether. But that was the time when new science was taking place. And that was you can say, the modern science has initiated. So when these people were coming through sea routes, so to protect themselves during the sea journeys from the sea pirates, and also because they were traders, they wanted to have a small army to protect themselves. And they were, this army was also, helping them to establish contracts, trade contracts with the local Rajas and the Nawabs. The common motive of invasion, whether this was the Northwest or this is from the southern, the sea route, the three main points are the motives of invasion. First, the demonic desire to rule. Second, the brutal frenzy to spread self-religion and culture. We all know when the invasion came from Northwest, the Islamic culture started. And when the Europeans came from the South, they wanted to spread Christianity. And thirdly, the acquisition of wealth, the loot which they can do. When it comes to British expansion, there was novelty. They all were fighting with each other, trying to establish their supremacy over one another. So it was a time when Nawab of Bengal, Sirajuddin Daulah, was having his French allies, and he wanted to have trade ties with French allies. But the British wanted to have that superpower. And there was a war. This is known as Battle of Plassey, the historical Battle of Plassey. And the Lord Clive, who was leading the British army, basically not by their skill, but by the deceit, they won this Battle of Plassey. And this was the time when the company seized control of Bengal, that is Diwani rights. So one can say from traders, they became administrators for the first time after Battle of Plassey. Incidentally, this was also the time when the first industrial revolution was taking place in England, and that was in 1760. We all understand when the industrial revolution occurs, you need a cash flow, you need raw material, and you need cheap labor. And lastly, a huge potential market so that the goods you are preparing in your industry can be sold. And I believe that India was the best land for all these four. One can see in the historical documents that British took 38 million sterling pounds from Bengal itself to foster industrial revolution in England. Raw material was plentifully available in India, cheap labor, and huge potential market, which I mentioned earlier, the demography we have. And this also overlaps with the American War of Independence, because India was also the new world for Britain or the Europe, and America was also very rich in resources. But this was the time when the first industrial revolution taking place in England, that America got independence and all the supply of raw material and natural resources stopped there. So that means India was the country where all these potential factors for industrial revolution was possible. So then comes Indian science and scientists victims of apartheid. You know, many of us have been told during our studies that this was British who brought science to us, and we have a kind of obligatory feeling for them, obligatory emotions for British, that they exposed us to science. And our historians also wrote the history in such a way that either we'll talk about the 200 years of Mughal period as the golden period of India, or the British colonial period, particularly when it comes to science and technology. But it is very important for us to understand. Are my slides visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. No, not now.
Not now. Okay, I think there was some disconnection. Let me check.
Yeah, it's now all right.
Yes. So I think now it's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
So basically, they introduced science to India to understand this land, navigation of the routes to increase revenues, implement administrative and military measures to fulfill their expansion plans. The first scientific institution which they built in 1767 was Survey of India. The whole purpose of this institution was to map the whole India so that the military routes can be established and how the revenues can be generated. So the whole purpose was to understand the geographical position of India. And still now we feel proud to say that Survey of India over the years have become one of the oldest and finest scientific institution of India. Then they started Western medicine for British Army. States Medical College was established in 1835. Again, I would like to mention here that the Western medicine was not for Indian masses. British did not have any intention to go into the medical to providing medical facility to British. They were to Indians. They were happy the kind of Indian medicinal traditions were being followed by the people of India. Post and telegram was brought in 1854. There is a saying that had post and telegram been invented after 1857, India would have got freedom 90 years before in the 1857 mutiny. So it is because of the post and telegram, because their militaries were so well informed about the revolutions which were occurring, that this 1857 ka jo hamara sangram hai, that failed. Similarly, Geological Survey of India, what is hidden like coal and other minerals, Archaeological Survey of India, Botanical Survey of India, Geological Survey of India. So here I would like to mention that through these institutes, they institutionalize the science, but that does not mean that science was professionalized by them. So the difference is, by creating institutions, they wanted to understand India in a much better way, so they can do the systematic loot. They can extract the resources to their maximum extent, but they did not want to create a class of Indians who are well versed with Western science, who are specialized in Western science. So that is the difference between institutionalization of science and professionalization of science. Similarly, British uplifted society through science. This is again a myth which I would like to break. They started with cash crop system, indigo. We all know Neel ki kheti, and Mahatma Gandhi started that satyagraha from Bihar in Champaran. Sugarcane, it's a very highly intensive crop, and tea cultivation, which was not original to India. Basically, they wanted to have supremacy over China because China was known for tea, but they found a part of India which has the suitable climate and suitable geographical terrain to grow tea cultivation. And they promoted tea by putting big banners and offering free tea to the Indian masses so that they can consume and make revenue out of that. Similarly, British plan for railway development in India, it did not arise in India, but the pressure came from London and Manchester that to import raw materials such as cotton and coal to England, and then the manufactured materials such as textile, they should be go back to Indian markets in lesser time. So therefore, the London and Manchester pressurized East India Company in India to start with railways. And Lord Harding, who was then Governor General of India, he launched the railways. And you will always, when you look into Indian railways, never meant for the Indian passengers. They started rails from Chota Nagpur to Mumbai because Chota Nagpur was the place where lots of coal was there. So there we must have this understanding. Similarly, Thomson College of Civil Engineering, 1857 they started to aid engineers and surveyors for the construction of Ganges Canal. In that college also they offered courses. Engineering class was for the domiciled British and few Indians, and an upper subordinate class for British non-commissioned officers and lower subordinate class for Indian surveyors. So there was discrimination. Indians were not allowed to join the engineering classes. They were only trained to become surveyors. British Imperial Forest School, 1864. Again, in England, the forests were disappearing and they wanted wood for their sleepers and for their ships. And that needed very hard, tall and straight wood, and teak and sal were promoted for Indian forests. So we can say the British used science as a tool to consolidate Raj. And if you look at the statements given by the leading British administrators and politicians and scientists, Charles Grant says once English knowledge imparted to Asiatics, their faculty of reasoning would be restored and they would rise to the scale of human being. It's such a derogatory term to use, that they would rise to a scale of human being. That means they didn't consider Indians not even equal to a human being, but to talk of intelligent who can contribute in the science and technology. Similarly, Lord Macaulay said that they want a class of persons Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. To that class, we may leave it to refine the vernacular dialect of the country, to enrich those dialects with terms of science borrowed from Western nomenclature, and render them by degrees fit vehicles for conveying knowledge to great mass of population. So that was how our education was planned, so that we create few Black British who carry their morals, and we were just used as a vehicles. And Robert Seeley, a non-historian of England, writes, it should not be the expansion of empire or imperial expansion, but the expansion of England in India. So it was like when they went to America, when they went to Australia, when they went to New Zealand, Canada, they created settlers colony. So in India also, basically they wanted to destroy the identity of India. They wanted to make it England. So new education system was started in 1832. Education, there were two kind of services. One was imperial service, the other was provincial services. Imperial services for the British and provincial services were given to Indians. And the sole objective of education was to get into government jobs. but all the jobs were in the third grade or lower class too. Basically, they wanted coolies, provide assistance to the British counterparts. India was a jewel in British crown. It was also best and trained institution and personal as experts. The is more than a set of structures. It is an economically as well as culturally intervention of Indianness. Acharya P.C. Ray in Indian science was president of that presidential address.
Any problem, madam? Any problem, madam? Yeah. Carry on, ma'am. Slide is visible. Audio, please.
Yes, please. So you can very well see that how the discrimination was being done, the average salaries and the number of people in the imperial jobs and the provincial jobs. I would like to highlight a couple of names which will give an idea that how scientific apartheid was done to the Indian scientist. This is Radhanath Sikdar. He was the one who measured the height of the Mount Everest. Till then, peak 15 was known as the highest mountain. However, when he told Andrew Waugh, who was the Surveyor General, he named the peak on the name of Mr. George Everest. His contributions were mentioned in the Manual of Surveying for India in first and second edition, but after his death, his name was dropped for the third edition of the manual. One British newspaper, Friend of India, called it robbery of the dead. You know, these surveyors were basically human computers who were doing all kind of manual jobs for the British, and the British, these surveyors were called Pahadi coolies. So Radhanath Sikdar was the one who objected to this term Pahari coolies, and he was administered a fine of ₹200 for such criminal act. But Radhanath Sikdar didn't deter, but his countrymen hailed him as a hero. Similarly, we have all heard about Ronald Ross, who received the Nobel Prize in 1902 for the discovery of malarial parasite. The entire research was carried out in India because malaria was malaria is only limited to India at that time, not to Britain. And during that, during his research, lots of data was required, human interventions, biological samples. So this Kishori Mohan Bandyopadhyay, he was a graduate of Presidency College, a very bright young graduate. He worked day and night in Ronald Ross lab. he convinced people to provide blood samples. You understand that time giving blood to someone was considered as, our so orthodox, so regressive thought. But he convinced villagers to donate blood for the malaria research, and also worked day and night under the microscope to understand this malarial parasite. But in his Nobel lecture, Ronald Ross, nor in his paper, nor his Nobel lecture, mentioned about Bandyopadhyay. It was only when the nationalist scientists like Dr. Brahmachari, Jagdish Chandra Bose, Shivnath Shastri, Surendranath Banerjee, and Acharya Praful Chandra Ray, they went to Lord Curzon and told about the contribution of Kishori Mohan Bandyopadhyay. And then he recognized his contribution, and he was awarded Edward 7 Gold Medal in 1903 in Delhi Darbar by Duke of Connaught. Ross published his memoirs, Great Malaria Problem and Its Solution, without mentioning his name. At few places, though, he mentioned his assistant. Kishori Mohan Bandyopadhyay was so disillusioned that when Ross visited Presidency College General Hospital in 1927, and he wanted to meet Kishori Mohan Bandyopadhyay, he refused to meet him. But there were people who were trained in British universities, achieved excellence, and even then they were denied their due, and they carried out the kind of research which was nationalistic and which made India proud at the international level. The first one who used the term national science was Dr. Mahendra Lal Sarkar. Dr. Kulkarni has also mentioned him and the kind of institutions he has established. So he established Indian Association of Cultivation of Science. He was a trained British medicine graduate. He did his MD from Kolkata College, very bright. But in one of his lectures, he praised homeopathy because he observed that one patient who could not be treated by allopathy medicine was treated by Rajendra Lal Datta by homeopathy. But after that, British banned his practice and charged him with heavy fee. When he said national science, that meant building of national scientific base or nation building. He envisioned India building up Indian scientific community, important to form intellectual base and a sense of community and specialization. He said, we should endeavor to carry on the work with our own efforts, unaided by the government, and I want it to be entirely under our management and control, and I want it to be solely native and purely national. So that was how he envisioned Indian Association of Cultivation of Science. Not a single penny was taken from British to establish this institution. Acharya Jagdish Chandra Bose, the first Satyagrahi who graduated from University of London in 1984, returned to India with the recommendation of Lord Rayleigh, but still he was denied the job in the provincial services. But after great efforts, when he joined provincial services, he was appointed at half the salary, which he refused. And for 3 years, he did not accept a single penny, but kept on teaching physics in the Presidency College. And after 3 years, British acknowledged his contribution and gave him all his dues. So that was the first satyagraha done by Acharya Jagdish Chandra Bose. If you look at the Alfred Croft, Director of Public Instruction of Bengal, when he denied Dr. Acharya Jagdish Chandra Bose the position in provincial service, he says Indians do not possess the requisite temperament for exact science. The Praful Chandra Ray, a Rishi Dadichi, committed to his motherland, revolutionary in the garb of scientist. He was a chemist, trained in Edinburgh University. He was given professor at Presidency College, but he was not given position in the imperial services. He was given provincial services, and he worked at 1/3 salary of the British, though he was trained in the British University only. He is also known for India before and after the mutiny, a very critical essay of British Raj, how they are exploiting Indian system. He was the one who established history of Hindu chemistry, that how rich metallurgy was. And he also envisioned industries. He said progress of India and Indians can only be possible through education and economic prosperity of the masses. And for later, commerce and industry are essential, and that chemistry can play a major role for the country's industrial and economic progress. So he started with Bengal Chemical and also established many other industries, Bengal Potteries, Bengal Enamel, National Tanneries, etc. Then I would like to mention Pramathnath Bose, who was responsible for Indian steel industry. Pramathnath Bose graduated from Cambridge University, Royal School of Mining, but he was not given job in GSI. So he came back to India in 1880. He became assistant superintendent in GSI. He was kind of the first one who got the position equivalent to British. He was the one who explored huge iron ore in Jharkhand, manganese in Jabalpur, underground coal deposit in Darjeeling, petroleum in Digboi and Assam, Naharkatia in Assam. But British were not interested in establishing steel industry in India, so they were interested only in coal. So when his 10-year junior, Thomas Holland, who was a very average geologist, was made Director of Geological Survey of India, in protest, he took the voluntary retirement and he went to Maharaja of Mayurbhanj of Orissa and Jamshedji Tata for establishment of Tata Steel industry at Jamshedpur, because he has the knowledge that where the iron ores are present, and he motivated Jamshedji Tata to shift industry from Bhilai to Kalimati, where the excessive iron ore is present. And because of these two, the money coming from Mayurbhanj of Maharaja of Mayurbhanj and the nationalistic industrialist Jamshedji Tata and the intellectual of Pramathnath Bose led to the formation of Tata Steel industry. He established more industries also. I would like to quote Dr. Medley quote, what he wrote. He said, geology demands conscientious and sober judgment and also imagination. Natives, that is Indians, particularly Bengalis, are not fit for geological work, which calls for aptitude, efficiency, and imagination. And that's the appetite our scientists had. So British brought science to strengthen their rule in India, and they allowed a very limited access to Indians, but they continued to suppress those people and discriminated against them. They have always treated Indians as a third-rated. I will skip these couple of slides because many of my fellow speakers will be talking about. The last slide I would like to say what I have said till now. The metaphoric classification of scientists can be done in three ways. One were the gatekeepers who didn't allow any Indian to come in the forefront. They were like Thomas Holland from the Geology Survey of India and the Medley Court, who allowed institutionalization and promotion of science to certain extent at level, but never allowed professionalism. Earlier, I talked about institutionalization and professionalization. So these were the people who allowed Indians, they basically needed Indians because at no point of time, more than 50,000 British were there in India. So for exploring the whole Indian S&T ecosystem, they needed Indians here only. So they allowed Indians to a certain extent, but never allowed them to reach to a level where they can be the bosses. Then there were soldiers such as William O'Shaughnessy, who was known for the telegraphic lines in India. He laid more than 11,000 miles of telegraphy between 1857 to 61. So there were many like him who were soldiers. They were assigned a specific task. They performed this task and returned back to England. So they were kind of soldiers. They didn't have any role to play. They just gained experience. India was kind of a laboratory from them. They got the training and they returned back to their country. And it was a great loss to India because the experience they gained here in our motherland was not used for the development of our country. And then there were natives like Mahendra Lal Sarkar, Jagdish Chandra Bose, P.C. Ray, David Hare. There were some British also. David Hare, who established Hindu school. Lafont, Father Lafont, who established St. Xavier's College. Simonson, who established Indian Science Congress Association. These were the basically scientific personalities who made relentless efforts at creating science-based and professionalized science from the turn of 20th century. And you can see in 1910 to 1930, there were so many brilliant scientists like S.N. Bose, Srinivasa Ramanujan, P.C. Mahalanobis, Meghnad Saha, Ruchiram Sahni, C.V. Raman, the first and the only Nobel laureates so far, Yelapragada Subbarao, and so many others. So this was the golden period of Indian science because of these native scientists who have nationalism at the thought. With the last slide, I would like to close that we must understand the different dimensions of Indian independence struggle. We call it independence struggle, but this was not a freedom movement. Freedom simply means Aazadi, but here we were fighting for Swatantrata, Swadhinta, Swaraj. Our struggle was not for only socio-economic or political independence from British Raj. It was not the sole objective. Our objective was to restore our Indian identity. This was a quest for Swa, and in that quest, our scientists worked. So I would like to close with the last quote that we must respect our scientists, the kind of role they play in the freedom struggle, which is at par with Mahatma Gandhi, Chandrasekhar Azad, Sardar Bhagat Singh, and Subhash Chandra Bose. These scientists and institutions have also played their role to evoke nationalist feeling in the Swatantrata Sangram. So thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you.
I would like to express gratitude to Professor Ranjana Agarwal ma'am for a wonderful speech. You have very beautifully highlighted the achievements of Indian scientists and architects and also shed light on how various series of innovations
Hello. Hello, kindly allow me to begin. Can you listen to me? May I request you to confirm if you can listen to me?
Um, we are ready from our side.
Right.
Once again, ma'am, we will have an introduction. Please, I request.
For the second topic, we have Professor Jayanti Datta ma'am here with us on online mode. She's a recipient of First National Award for Direction and Production of the Best Short Film on New Drugs for Tuberculosis by Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, began Prasar and Open Source Drug Delivery at Indian Science Congress in Kolkata in 2014. She is also a recipient of award and literacy mission conferred by the President of India in 2000. Professor Jayanti Datta will be speaking on the topic Emergence of Scientific Nationalism.
Thank you very much, respected dignitaries on the dais and my dear participants. I am really not happy with this online thing because whatever happened, it's a compromised platform. And my apologies for not being able to physically present there amongst you. And I am sure that it would have been a great opportunity for me because since my childhood, I have some idea of I would be visiting Thane someday because in general knowledge, I have studied that it was the first train had moved from Mumbai to Thane. So kind of in my childhood mind, I had this thing in my mind that it would be great to visit Thane someday. So friends, with these apologies from my part, I have certain disclaimers also that, for example, if we talk about this online platform, we often see that these platforms are always one way and there are not enough, there cannot be discussions and there cannot be question answers. And it is, I would say it's not a good platform for stimulating minds. But still, I would request you to do small things. And I'm sure that on you would be participating on all those things. So friends, as the topic that I would be presenting is on emergence of the scientific nationalism. I would start to share my screen. Yeah. Yes. I hope it's clear now.
Yes, ma'am. Clear.
Right. Why can't we do the slide share? Right. Okay. So, friends, as I told you that the topic of my presentation is emergence of scientific nationalism. So I have already talked to you about my apologies for, first of all, being on the online platform and for very limited, very touch and go kind of presentation, which I will be given, of course, keeping in mind the constraints. And as I requested you, please participate with me on certain small things that I would be requesting you to do. My first request to you is, please close your eyes and bring up the image of the top scientists of the world. Any top scientist of the world. Whom do you imagine? Now, I have been doing this exercise with several teachers and with several students, but I have found that when I take the answer, take the responses, till now, most of the people have been telling me that the top scientists of the world, which they can imagine and whose image they can see, is of Newton. And some people also say it is of Einstein. Of course, I cannot take your responses, but maybe you can note it down on some notebook or think about it later. We will bring this question later also, that why I have asked you this question. Now, about my presentation, there are certain disclaimers that it is limited to an era between 1880 to 1940, and that is around 60 years. It is the pre-independence years when actually we talk about the emergence of modern science in India. It is also limited to what was happening in Kolkata, which was a hotspot of all the science-related activities. Though science-related activities happened all over India in different places, in South India, in Punjab, and in many other small centers also. But I will be talking only about Kolkata. And it is also limited to the contributions of J.C. Bose and P.C. Ray, two very eminent scientists of pre-independence India. Though I think in my earlier presentation, also in earlier presentations of other resource persons, you could find that there have been many, many people who have contributed to science. So with these disclaimers, I would also request you to consider another question that I place before you. Close your eyes again and bring before you the image of a nationalist of India. Whose image it is? I'm sure that you must be having the images of different martyrs, of people like Shahid Bhagat Singh, Azad, Chandrasekhar Azad, and people like that. Because this association between nationalists and between the activism that they have been doing, between the activities that they have been doing about to express their nationalism, to express how to enhance, how to propagate that nationalism, has been very clear in our minds, that people who were of a certain section of who were doing certain activities, certain political things, only they would be considered as nationalists. But in my presentation, I would bring to you another perspective of who were the nationalists, who were also the nationalists, and how they actually took the nationalism, the idea of nationalism, through a totally different and non-traditional route. Now imagine, again, there's lots of exercises that I am giving to you to imagine. Imagine for a moment that you live and work in an enslaved nation. I'm sure that most of the people who are sitting here in this auditorium, students, principals, faculty members, and other people from academia, I'm sure that most of them are born in independent India, and they have never been and never have an experience of how it is to be living in an enslaved nation. So it is only an imagination. We can only imagine. So please imagine that how it is to live and work in an enslaved nation. Imagine the absence of a democratic government. Presently, we take the democratic government for granted. We know that we vote, there are elections, we have democratic government, we can speak for and against the government. There are so many liberties that we take. But in that enslaved nation, there is no democratic government. Today, we have an independent judiciary. If everything else fails, we can, for our rights, for the violation of our rights, we can go straight to the courts and we can go even against the government. There is a free press, which is in itself a different pillar of democracy. Different pillar of democracy, and which is independent of any kind of other checks and can express their own opinions. We have our constitutional rights. The Constitution, the Indian Constitution has given us rights of all kinds. And we also have a very strong Right to Information Act, through which we can get any kind of information. Just imagine that none of these is there, that you live in a country where none of these things are there. Imagine that you are in a country ruled by foreign rulers. These rulers own everything: market, education, different institutes, industries, the police, the court, the army. If you are in science, all the labs, the scientific journals, conferences, scholarships, fundings, it all belongs to that foreign rule government. Just think, what chance do you have as a scientist? Can you really do something if you live in such an enslaved situation and under a foreign rule? What research can you do? What chance do you even have as a human being? Let alone, let us forget about being a scientist. What can we do even as a human being if you are under such a rule which curbs all your rights, which curbs everything, any creativity that you want to express? Isn't it hard to live in a country like this? Even to breathe, it is some kind of a constraint. We have to understand that the scientists who were living in this time, the pre-independence era, what did it mean to be a scientist in such a nation? These scientists were not getting any credit for their work. As Dr. Ranjana Agarwal just very elaborately mentioned, that people who worked like Kishori Mohan Bandyopadhyay and other Sikhdar, they did not get any recognition, any credit for the work that they did for the scientific contribution that they made. They were removed without any explanation from significant positions. Either they did not get any kind of position, or if they were removed arbitrarily. They were not getting their genuine due or promotion or whatever cadre they wanted, or even leave was something which was not provided. The very famous case of Jagadish Chandra Bose is well known, in which he was not given his due salary for 3 years. Even P.C. Roy was not moved to the imperial service, which had a better service condition than the provincial service. And despite all their qualifications, all their merit, and all their hard work, Indian scientists had to make do, get contented with the second-hand treatment in the service which they were doing. They were not getting any funding. And you know that no science research can be done without funding. J.C. Bose was doing research, but his research was considered totally as a personal work. It was not given due recognition for many years until he get it from some other sources. His work was considered purely personal. They were not given any resources, let alone funding. No labs, no personnel or any other resource was provided to them. They were not getting published in certain specific journals. Rather, they were rejected. Their papers were rejected. They were overworked. That means that very eminent scientists like J.C. Bose and P.C. Roy, who were teachers also. They were given so much heavy load of teaching that it left very less time for them to work in the labs and do some kind of a productive research. Also, we also know that there was a lopsided encouragement to the projects which were having a profitable return. It is no wonder that people who were ruling our country, they had no interest in the welfare of our country. They were only interested in exploitation of the resources, and it was natural for them to promote work in geology or meteorology or things like this, which would bring them more resources and which would bring them more exploitation so that they could exploit the country. Instead, why would they be interested in the propagation of basic science, in the propagation of scientific temper, or in the propagation of things which automatically come with science? For example, critical thinking, curiosity, creativity, innovativeness. It was not at all the objective of the imperial rulers. So this was how a scientist's life was in that enslaved nation. There were bias, prejudice, and discriminatory beliefs. And why would not they be? Because they were the rulers, they were the white people, and they always thought that they were superior in culture, superior in traditions, superior in their intellectual capital. And they thought that it was the people of India were uncivilized. They were irrational, and they were immersed in a pool of weird superstitions. They cannot think rationally. They cannot pursue science. There was a very strong sentiment. There was a very strong belief in these kind of discriminatory ideas. And of course, if you had these kind of discriminatory ideas, how would you encourage people to come into science? You can read these quotes, which is a very famous quote, and which tells that what they actually thought of the Indian mind. They had no inkling of the Indian intellectual knowledge systems in very different, and for example, in architecture, in medicine, in metallurgy, in many other areas which were there, and in which Indian science was very rich in its own way. Of course, it was not the evidence-based, protocol-based science, the modern science propounded by the Western science. It was not like that. But Indian science in its own way was very much rich. And it has been like that for hundreds of years. Despite this, we find that in the 20th century, in the first three decades of the 20th century in India, there was a sudden surge of the Indian scientists of international repute. And there is this quote by Dr. S. Chandrasekhar, who was a Nobel laureate, who said that there was a need for the national self-expression to show the West that in all realms in science, Indians were equal. That there was some kind of an urgent need to express nationalism through whatever small means these scientists had. And that is why for Indian scientists of this era, it was not a science, it was not a kind of work or a job that they were performing. It was not a profession, but it was a tool for liberation. It was a way through which they expressed their nationalism. And it was all the time they were thinking of newer ways. And these ways were very interesting. If you go into it, you will find that they were, because of course, as I said, they did not have the traditional way of doing science. And therefore, not only doing science, but expressing nationalism through science. And therefore, they invented very small and very interesting ways. And how they could do it. Let us see that. How did they actually do it? Now, as I said, that what can a scientist do in an enslaved country? But there were certain tools that they thought of. For example, they could do science. They could think, read, speak, research, write, and teach. These were some of the ways through which the scientists propagated the nationalism. And we can see this emerging nationalism through their different acts. Let us take the first way. The first way was they can think and nobody can stop them thinking independently. What was there to think? They had to define Indian science. Now, Indian science there were questions actually about the identity of the nation and its tradition. And also they wanted to, they were themselves, for example, they were themselves thinking about how to define Indian science. Indian science, which had a very strong and ancient tradition, while on the other hand, there was this evidence-based, protocol-based science, modern science. So how these two come together? And if they had to go globally, if they had to establish Indian science on the global pedestal, then they had to find out some meeting point of that modern science with the scientific temper, the ancient and traditional scientific temper of India. So they had to define Indian science. It was very much necessary not only for these scientists, but also for the national identity and also for the students who were coming batch by batch or generation by generation, the new students who were coming and who were taught in the very, I would say, biased and discriminatory education system of the British education system. You would also be knowing that the universities that the British established, they were called kind of jails. In the Calcutta University was called Gol Dighir Golam Khana. Golam Khana means where slaves were produced. Why? Because these students who would come out of these universities, they were totally brainwashed into believing that there was nothing good in India or its ancient traditions, and they were totally brainwashed into believing that British, all the things which are British, either ideas, theories, or things were more superior, and there is the supremacy of the British intellectual. So they had to counter that. Now, the question was, how can Indian scientists be true to their own tradition and also get recognition in the modern science? And what is it through our ancient tradition? What was it that India can contribute to the universal science? And we were lagging in the practice of the modern science. So how can India stand as an equal with the West, which has already marched ahead? These questions were uppermost in the minds of the scientists of the pre-independence times, and they thought about them, they wrote about them, and they spread the idea. I think most of the time these scientists were actually engaged with these ideas, and they were speaking about them and writing about them. We have this quote of J.C. Bose in which he says that it would be our worst enemy who would wish us to live only on the glories of the past and die off from the face of the earth in sheer passivity. By continuous achievement alone, we can justify our great ancestry. And you can see the balance in this quote. He is not at all ready to rest on the laurels of the previous times, of the ancient times. But he said that those people who tell us, oh, you were a very great country in ancient times, but no more. So you have to be passive. You can rest on your laurels. J.C. Bose said that it would be kind of suicidal. We should not do that. They also said, J.C. Bose and other scientists of that time, they also said that we will never mix the mythical and the magical with the hardcore science. There are certain things in Indian science, but we will not mix the mythology of the Indian traditions along with the hardcore science and say that, oh, we had this, we had that. What India could give, they were very clear on this, that it could give a vision of a holistic science. That we have to move away from the commercialization, the purging of the feverish rush for the exploitation of knowledge. That is what the philosophy of science, of a science which was indulged into the welfare of the mankind, that vision of holistic science India can give. I think that was a great gift which actually helped students to bring that nationalist feeling inside into them. The second work that they do, the second way in which they brought that nationalist feeling was through doing quality research. And this doing quality research, I am all the time when I read about these scientists, I think I am really very much motivated to understand that with scarce resources, nowadays we are always cribbing about resources. We want more rooms, more labs, more equipments, this facility, that facility. But the thing that they did without these facilities was using their brains, using their intellect to do such kind of quality research, which was at the level of international, which was international level quality. And they said that we have to do research with rigor. We will not just do any kind of chalta hai kind of science. We would practice all rigor so that nobody could find fault with the experimental results or research methods. Because any slip on that account would be a slur on the fair name of India. Just see, I really have goosebumps when I read this quote, that nowadays when the science the way we do it, do we keep in mind that if we do a bad research or lesser quality of research, isn't it a slur on the name of the fair name of our country? Are we really sensitive to this? And what kind of research they have done? I think we cannot match it at all. All these scientists and many more, they did this crystallization of nitrides. P.C. Ray was known worldwide as king of nitrides. C.V. Raman was a Nobel laureate and he worked on the Raman effect, which goes with his name. Bose gave us the boson. And Amin Saha's, this equation for photoionization was known as a Saha equation. So they gave their names. I have been collecting, and I was in my college days, I was very much interested in what are the Indian names, what are the scientific phenomena or scientific things in which Indians have given their names. And I was very proud of these scientists who lend their names to these monikers, right? We have this Raman effect, boson, Saha equation, and all these things you can see. They gave us a nationalist pride because it was science, and Indian science was getting established on the international forum. They published research also. And they published, you can see it is a very counterintuitive way in which they published research. Nowadays, there is a hankering in the scientists, Indian scientists, to publish their work in international journals. All the time we are trying to publish in the best international journals. But what these scientists did, they never published in the international journal. They published in Indian journals, which they have themselves or somebody else have started. For example, Mahendralal Sirkar has started the Calcutta Journal of Medicine in 1868. And these journals were started because they understood that the British was not at all interested to publish their works. Rather, they would reject and not give any space to any original research idea that Indians have propagated. So you can see these journals, which were started 100 years ago, they are still, many of them are still there and very robust. They also wrote, P.C. Ray wrote this, A History of Hindu Chemistry. It was reviewed by a French scientist in France, and therefore it gained a lot of popularity. And I would just like to tell you that J.C. Bose and C.V. Raman, both of them, they published and presented their international findings in Indian journals. And it was later, after 1 year, J.C. Bose's work was communicated to the Western world by Lord Rayleigh. So I think, isn't it some kind of very ironic that in these great Indian scientists were publishing in Indian journals, and later on the West actually took them. It was later on, which is the opposite nowadays. Not only that, these great scientists were also writing small stories. J.C. Bose wrote a very witty story called The Runaway Typhoon. It is available, you can read it also. It is called Polatok Tufan, in which he actually made fun of the European or the Western science, and he established a kind of supremacy of the Indian ancient scientific tradition. He was also writing textbooks for students. Nowadays, do you think that there are eminent scientists in our country who would write small story books or textbooks for science students, for school children? But this they did. P.C. Ray not only was doing science, but he was also writing articles and papers like essays on India, or India Before and After Mutiny, in which he very openly criticized and expressed his own opinions. So they also took the literary route of writing in addition to scientific publication to express their nationalistic sentiments. As I said, that the teaching of science in those days by the British was not at all for bringing in that scientific realization or scientific temperament, or for opening of the minds, or for creative thinking, critical thinking, or for developing the innovativeness. It was only to create an army of students or people who were trained into certain scientific tools, so that they can work for the Raj, they can work for the imperial government. In this scenario, when J.C. Bose and P.C. Roy and some other scientists who were, and even people like Ashutosh Mukherjee, who was the Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University, they found that it would not be possible. If we continue like this, we can never, this nationalist sentiment cannot be actually inculcated in the students. So they understood that the British education would make them non-thinkers, which people who would be Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinion, in morals, and in intellect. So they said they were great teachers, and we have writings from the students and from the scientists themselves that how great teachers J.C. Bose and P.C. Roy were. There was no need to take attendance, because there was actually a mad rush to attend the classes of J.C. Bose and P.C. Roy. In Presidency College, where they taught, they were the best of the teachers who not only taught who not only gave a taste of science to their students, but they also inculcated in them the sense of nationalism. And the science they taught, look at the students of J.C. Bose and P.C. They were like M.N. Saha, S.N. Bose, and many other people who became great nationalists and great scientists themselves. Here was worthy teachers and worthy students, because the teaching learning was extremely seeped into the nationalist tradition. This is a picture. You can see that how all of them are wearing Indian clothes, and it's a totally Indian kind of Guru Shishya photograph. Now they also talked to the they took science to the masses, because they understood the liberating role of science. So they spoke about they spoke about popularizing science in native languages. For example, S.N. Bose was one champion who said that science should be taught in native language, in Indian languages. And now in the our national education policy, of 2020, we are also talking about the same thing, that science can be taught and should be taught in our own languages. Now, what more a scientist can do? Scientists were doing research, publishing research, teaching, and doing and thinking about research. But what else they can do? These scientists actually did not stop here. They also built institutions, because it needs a lot of sacrifice to build an institution. And they also understood that they had to create their own spaces, which were Indian, which were independent of the governmental control, and therefore where independent thoughts can be nurtured. They established industries. I am surely very much puzzled about how did these scientists get time to, after doing all this teaching, research, publication, writing, how did they find time to establish industries, to build institutions? And they were also manufacturing their own devices. Nowadays, can you tell me a scientist who is constructing his own device? We never even thought of constructing our own devices. But here were some scientists who actually manufactured their devices. Jagdish Chandra Bose, along with his other artisans, there were artisans who actually crafted the instruments for them, and then they served the country. You can see that there is this list of building Indian institutions, and all these institutions were very great and eminent, and they were based on strong Indian ethical and philosophical foundations. They were establishing industries. As I said, that P.C. Ray was one pioneer who established all kind of, because he was from chemistry, he started the Bengal Chemical and Pharmaceuticals Works, pottery works, Calcutta soap works, Bengal enamel works, canning and condiment works. You can see everything you can name. He has started an industry for quality chemicals, drugs, pharmaceuticals, home products, everything. Actually, it was not only the establishment of an industry for commercial gain, but it was an idea. It was an idea and establishment of that idea that Indians can do things and they should actually move towards these kind of ventures. Like manufacturing devices, fire extinguishers and surgical instruments, these devices, and Jagdish Chandra Bose's, we know of the devices which he himself created and which were very sensitive. They were so sensitive that even a little growth in the plants or some movement in the plants can be recorded, can be documented. And very, I think very naturally, he gave Indian names to these instruments. He did not give them some fancy English names, but the names of the devices or the instruments that he prepared were Indian. They also serving the community. For example, they could not shy away from their social duties. Nowadays, most of the scientists we see, they are the captives of the ivory towers. So they live in their universities or their departments or their labs, and they hardly come out of it. But these scientists, these free independent scientists, you can see they were working in flood reliefs. They were establishing schools for girls. They were establishing student free ships, and they were finding out how Indian students can go to good institutions and study, and establishing awards and medals for students. So you see that if you look at this, that scientific nationalism, all these ways, the nationalism was emerging through the small steps in different ways in which they did science, by thinking, writing, researching, publishing, teaching, by establishing industries, by popularizing science in the community, by speaking at different fora and platforms, by manufacturing devices and institutions. This is how they contributed to the national pride and brought confidence in the mind and heart of the Indian people. Now, if you ask me that close your eyes and bring up the image of the top scientist of the world, now whom do you imagine? Does the picture of image of J.C. Bose or P.C. Roy come to your mind? If it comes, I think that would be a great contribution. And many a times we are asked that what is in it for us? We talk of history, but what should we do today? Because it's not only enough to talk about history or to know about history. It is very important to draw lessons and to be active in the present times. So what would you do today? I would say in your notebook, if you have one, please note down all the things that they did. We can all do these kind of things. You write them in actionable bullet points that when you go back home, if you are a teacher in your classes and if you are students in your lives, we can all contribute to our great nation by thinking, by writing, researching, publishing, teaching, learning, and by doing everything, any small action that we do. We will remember that the true nationalism is when the welfare of the nation is the topmost sentiment in our mind. Thank you very much. I don't know if we can take some questions or not, but if there are some later on, maybe I would be very happy to actually share them share the answers with the organizers. Thank you very much.
I would like to sincerely thank Jayanti ma'am for highlighting the biases and struggles that our Indian scientists were faced with. In spite of these struggles, they created strong Indian and indigenous scientific knowledge, both before and after the independence. We thank you for sharing your deep knowledge, ma'am. Now for the third topic, we have Shri Vivekanand Pai here with us. He has been the coordinator for Suraksha 2013, a National Defense Expo, with extensive participation from DRDO, Indian Navy, ISRO, and many other industrial units. He was also the general convener of the first World Ocean Science Congress at Kochi. Shri Vivekanand Pai will be speaking on the chronicles of India's scientific economic nationalism.
Namaste, good afternoon. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Namaskar, and Madhav Rajwade ji, and many known faces and all. Just now, Jayanti Datta ma'am gave such a wonderful presentation, and it's very thought-provoking also. And see, one of the things she told about publishing in our own journals, and some of them actually came out with their own journals, like Mahendra Lal Sarkar and all. Just she made a comparison how today we are all looking to publish in foreign journals. There are some policy issues also, but that thinking is there, that thirst to publish in foreign journals, to go to foreign universities, to learn from foreign universities, and just compare this with the ancient times when students from all over the world came to Indian universities like Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila. India was known as the center of knowledge. She also talked about how we should not stand on our ancient laurels, and gave examples of how in the modern era we have performed. But at the same time, if we look at history, we can see that we have been in the forefront of global economy for a long time. There is one British economist, Angus Madison. He was asked to do a study of economics in the common era, what we call AD. He actually wanted to establish, he was actually tasked to establish the dominance of the European economy in the global scenario. But when he went into the details, he was so surprised, and he was very meticulous and very factual and honest. So he came out with this presentation. He came out with his report, which showed that up to around 18th century, what we call say 1700s, the contribution of India and China together was nearly half of the global economy. Like anywhere India and China was competing, and Indian contribution to global economy was something around 20 to 30% all through this, from what we say common era 1 to 1700s. And similar was the nature of the Chinese contribution also. So there was a huge dominance of Asia and also India in the global economy. Now, if we look at the manufacturing sector, in the 18th century, Indian contribution to global manufacturing was around 30%. And today, Indian contribution to global manufacturing is around 2.5%. And that despite huge strides we are making, our growth rate in many of the sectors, 4 to 5% continuously for some time now. So from a high of 30% to around 2.5% today. And what is the contribution of China in today's global manufacturing scenario? 47.1%. So it is very evident that for any nation to perform well, to create jobs, to enhance the livelihoods of their people, it has to have a very strong leg in manufacturing. And this is where now we are trying to catch up. Even with 2.5%, we are the 6th largest manufacturing nation in the world. But it is nowhere comparable to what China is today. or then US around 14.4%, like that. So what has happened since 1800s to 2000s that we have gone down so much? The critical period was from when the Britishers came, because we know that since maybe 6th century BC, invasions have happened in this country. Like Alexander came, then so many invasions happened. Actually, Raja Dahir was attacked in around 1012 in Sindh. So that was the like Islamic invasion, what we call. It started in thousands, but even before that. But despite these invasions, we had around 30% global manufacturing, 20% global GDP till 1700s. And then came the British. That is the difference that the British made to Indian economy, because they were very scientific in their loot. Actually, there is one senior scientist who has written a lot, researched a lot on this, Rajesh Kochar. He gave a lecture in our lecture series of Aazadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, Struggle for Swatantrata and Science. So he has written a paper, Science as a Tool for Colonial Power. They were very scientific. In 17, I think probably Ranjana ji already has mentioned about it. In 1757, the British East India Company gained political power in Bengal province, only Bengal province. But in 1767, within the first 10 years, they established the Survey of India. Today, if we go to the website of Survey of India, it says it is the first institution of modern science in India established by the East India Company. Now you see, they were ruling only the Bengal province in 1757, but they established the Survey of India, not the Survey of Bengal, because they had this idea that they are going to conquer the subcontinent, and they wanted to map the topography of the places where they are going to conquer. The next country they are going to conquer, so they have the maps. So they brought out a rule that anybody who holds a map that is illegal, he can be punished. Only I think last year, the government of India changed that rule. So that situation was so hilarious. Like you can go, you can see on the, actually, I think yesterday, government of India has given the sanctioned Google to give street views. So somebody, one senior IAS officer, I was just meeting him for something else. So he showed me his brother is in the US. This is around 7-8 years back. So he's showing, I can actually see his carporch and see if his car is there. And it's not there means he is not in his house. And many of our details, we were trying to get American maps as recently as a couple of years back, because they are so much more detailed. Why? Because during the British rule, they had brought this law that having maps without permission is punishable. And this is one thing that we have to think of in the 75th years of independence. I will tell you one more thing. In 2001, the government of India changed the time of presentation of India's budget in Indian Parliament from 5 p.m. in the evening to 11 a.m. in the morning. This thing was established, this practice of presenting Indian budget in the Indian Parliament at 5 p.m. started in 1936. Why? Because when it is 5 p.m. in Delhi, it will be 11 a.m. in London. And when the British Parliament meets, the British parliamentarians can hear the budget of India because it was under them when it is being presented in the Indian Parliament. So when the sun rises in London, they wanted the present budget to be presented in their colony. After 1947, it took 54 years for India to realize that our sun rises at 11 a.m. and not at 5 p.m. And there are any number of such examples. I come from Kerala. I don't know what it is called here. The district administrator in Kerala, even today, is called collector, district collector. It was collector in almost all the districts. Now it is changed in UP and all. It is DM. I don't know what is in Maharashtra. DM or collector? Collector. This usage of collector was in practice in India by the British. He was collecting what? He was collecting taxes. His job was to collect taxes, so he was named collector. After 75 years also, we think that the job of the district administrator is to collect the taxes. But there is no position of a collector in the United Kingdom administration, because the revenue officials there are the servants of the citizens. The revenue officials here during their time were the bosses of the citizens, and they were collecting taxes. Their primary thing was to collect taxes. There is a saying which Nitin Gadkari ji repeatedly quotes, "Jahan Raja banega vyapari, praja banega bhikari." During the British rule, unfortunately, we were in a situation where vyapari bana raja, not raja bana vyapari. The East India Company came to India as traders and they became rulers. Then we can see praja bhikari nahi bana to hi ashraj hai na. So that was the situation in 1757 when the British came. Why all these invaders came to India? Obviously because India was such a rich economy. Sone ki chidiya, that usage was there. So everyone came to loot here. But the British looted in a very organized way. They established the Survey of India. They established the Archaeological Survey of India. They established the Geological Survey of India. They established, why Geological Survey of India? They wanted to know where the coal is. They established the Botanical Survey of India. Why Botanical Survey of India? They primarily wanted to know where teak is. Because teak was being used, one of the best material to build ships. So they had a Zoological Survey of India. Everything Survey of India. Now coming to survey, yeah. Now coming to the Survey of India, it can be seen, as I earlier said, that it is supposed to be one of the earliest institutions of science, modern science in India. And all this thing. Then came the Indian Railways. We say that at least the British gave us the railways. But what was the purpose of the railways? I think many of you might have already known this also, that they wanted to survey, locate the resources, take away the resources, and then take it to England. There is a report by Madan Mohan Malaviya given as a dissent note to the Industrial Commission report in 1916. He very categorically proves how India was doing extremely well in iron industry, in textiles, as well as iron industry, textiles, and shipping. Actually, yesterday, the Cochin shipyard handed over India's first indigenous aircraft carrier to the Navy. It will be officially inducted into the Indian Navy next month, most probably by our Honorable Prime Minister. One thing that was very important about that IAC, indigenous aircraft carrier, was that the warship grade steel was completely produced by India. because there was a tie-up between the Indian Navy, the I think DRDO, and SAIL, Steel Authority of India. So now all our warships are being produced with steel developed and produced in India. When Vasco da Gama came to India, he wanted to, like, he initially tried to locate and he had gone to another place. We all know the story. But when he came to India, actually he was shown this direction by some, he was escorted by some Gujarati ships. That is how the story goes. And those ships were much bigger than Vasco da Gama's. He was surprised. So that was the kind of dominance that India had in the shipping industry. But in 2015, we had the World Ocean Science Congress, and then Nitin Gadkari ji had addressed us. So he presented his dream that India's contribution to global shipping industry in 2015 was 0.5%. And he wanted it to be at least 2% in 5 years. I don't know, it has increased, but I don't know the figure exactly today. So that is how, as Madan Mohan Malaviya talked about shipping, that was the situation he had highlighted. Then in iron industry, it was, we were dominating at that point. Not at that point even. We have heard about Damascus steel. There is something called uruk, and it was basically used to make swords. The Damascus sword, if you can Google, I think it was presented to Porus. And that steel was made by India. People were waiting for Indian steel to make their swords because it was of that particular quality. And from there, we had gone down. And now in 2022, again, we are proud that we have developed our own specialty steel to make our own ships. So in the shipping industry, what had happened? They had something called origin of the ship, the flag that carries or something like that. And there was a very differentiated taxing situation. Like if you have to import, you have to use, Chaitanya ji, can you say what is that origin? There is a law, right? Huh. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So the code, and that was very discriminatory. So Indian ships, if they carry goods, they will be ended up paying more taxes. So discriminatory taxing in shipping. That is how they had destroyed Indian shipping industry. Similarly, in textiles. In textiles, India was doing so well. Even in the 1700s, up to 1700s, India was doing so well. And earlier also. There was something called Dhaka muslin. It was so fine. Many of you might have heard. It was so fine that a sari can pass through a small matchbox. So what the British did, actually, the story goes that they had cut their thumbs. But there is so that they cannot weave. But there is a report by a British himself. So that doesn't say that the authorities cut their thumbs. It mentions, actually there is one book by Ramesh Chandra Datta. So that talks about how the Britishers by law encouraged production of raw silk in India, but not its manufacture, processing. Because they wanted raw silk to be produced in India, taken to London, and from there, their mechanized units can manufacture it, and that manufactured good can come to India. That is why Gandhiji came out with this khadi, and it was a revolution. So from a nation which was exporting all these things, we were importing all these things. That is the contribution that in the 190 years of foreign rule, they landed us in. So as we see today in the global economics, like China, they are exporting and they are gaining revenue. So India was having a very robust share in global trade, global manufacturing, and global economy, in shipping, in iron industry, in textiles. We were actually dominating the global scenario. In all these things, by law and by policy, they made it impossible for Indian industry to sustain by discriminatory tariffs and so many other ways. So Ramesh Chandra Datta talks about how many of the weavers, because of the torture that they will not be allowed to manufacture, and if they manufacture, they will be punished, they will be penalized. So he actually quotes another British writer who says that they will themselves harm their body, their thumb, so that the authorities will not come and doubt that they have done manufacturing. But can you just imagine somebody harming their own thumb? It is not possible. So that is the kind of narrative they knew the fact, but they presented it in a very different way. That's a totally different story that we all have to learn, how the West has created narratives. I will just give you one example towards the end of this thing. Narratives and make us look at ourselves in a demeaning way. So this is also a false narrative that they say that the people were harming their own thumbs to come out of this law and fear of punishment. That is not the fact. Actually, they destroyed the Dhaka muslin industry. Now it is actually in Bangladesh now, and they are trying to revive the tradition. But that is gone, a thing. So textiles, they had another taxation thing. Like if we import, it carries something like 2% duty. But if we export, it carries something like 18% duty. Again, discrimination. So in textiles also, ultimately, I think somebody was calling it Manchester of the youth, East and all. Actually, it should be the other way around, because our textile industry was there for much longer period. So that is how they destroyed our textile industry. And coming to agriculture, we had famines in 1887, 1888, 1902, and 1945 also. Bengal famine. I think nearly 4.5 million people died. And the British said, like, Indians are very lazy. They don't do work. They don't cultivate. That is why there is famine. But that was not true. It has not been true historically also. And even today, it is not true. What had happened was they had created a taxation system where it was impossible for anybody to cultivate and create some surplus. The land tax during the British at many points, this is not by us, it is mentioned by the British himself, some of them, that it came up to 90% of the rental value of the land. So what remains? You pay so much of land tax, then how can you sustain? You can employ labor, cultivate, and then meet the expenses and then have something for you. Actually, this kind of a land tax system was there even earlier, during some of the earlier Mughal rulers also, and later on in between. But what had happened was that they were not so meticulous in its implementation. So though theoretically some taxation, high taxes are there, people were finding their way out. But the British were very, very meticulous in implementation. That is how the story of Parashi Raja and all came. Because there was such a huge, brutal taxation, and it was implemented brutally. That with this kind of a land tax, during those periods, it was said that if you want to destroy somebody, just gift him some land. Just by paying taxes, he will be finished. So that was the scenario they had done. And through that, nobody wants to get into agriculture because he will be going into penury. He is calling for, like his own destruction. And that is how Indian agriculture was destroyed. So industrially, agriculturally, they had destroyed, and the resources they had looted. And to make, as earlier Jayanti madam told about the science they had employed also, they never wanted us to do real science. That is why J.C. Bose had to do his own laboratory. Actually, there is one story which probably because of lack of time, Jayanti madam didn't explain. I'll just mention that also. So in 1884, Jagadish Chandra Basu came back from London with a letter from Lord Raleigh, and he wanted to apply for the position of a faculty in the Presidency College. The authorities at the Presidency College said, we don't want you. Then actually Lord Ripon was there as Viceroy. He influenced. So they had to take him. So because they were being forced to take him, they said there were two streams of teaching faculties there: Imperial Education Service and Provincial Education Service. Imperial Education Service, only the white man can join. And Provincial Education Service, black, all our natives were allowed. And no natives were allowed in the Imperial Education Service. What is the difference? For the same post, for the same service, Imperial Education Service will get 1,000 rupees. Provincial Education Service will get 300 rupees. So the authorities at Presidency College said, we will give you only half of that. And Jagadish Chandra Basu said, I will not take a single rupee, but I will teach you. I will teach. And for 3 years he continued, 1884 to 1887. The Britishers finally had to give in, and they took away this system of Provincial Education Service. So that can be considered as the first satyagraha in our country, much before Mahatma Gandhi did the Champaran Satyagraha, which was, I think, in 1917 or so. So that kind of a discrimination was there. And economically also that kind of a discrimination was there. And how this economy works. Today we see in Sri Lanka what is happening. When we have dependence on some others for this thing, how the human life gets troubled, like how the standard of living goes down. So that is an example we have. And we can also see how, despite the Ukraine war and other shocks, today we are holding our own despite all the challenges. So this is how the British rule had brought down Indian economy. We are on the path of a revival, but we have to go so much more to actually realize our full potential. And I hope all the new generation students, youngsters who are here, let us take the message, like Jayanti madam also said, that we have to do, that is what in our Gita and our philosophy also, like we say dharma, artha, kama, moksha, means dharma is our framework and moksha is our target. So within this framework, we have to go for artha and kama. That is economy and our wishes, like this thing. It is not barred. Indians always had everything doing in their best, but at the same time, it was within a framework, and we had a philosophical outlook, and it was that philosophy that was guiding us. That is why we could reach all over the world without actually being aggressors. Probably the only civilization in this planet which has reached all across the world without being aggressors. So that is our uniqueness, and let us take spirit on this occasion of Aazadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. There are so many things, as I told about collector and this thing. Hundreds of such things are there, including the language problem, that we are talking in a language which is 6,000 kilometers away, whereas the distance from my place to your place is only a few hundred kilometers away. Neither I can speak in my language, nor you will understand or not. You can speak in your language and I can understand. Whereas all Indian languages have a very common framework, except probably Urdu. Unfortunately, we are fed this thing that these are very diversified language. No, it is not. So starting from that, we have to actually work in a different direction. And one of the best examples is Israel, where Hebrew was actually completely lost. They got independence in 48. Now they are doing most of their research, almost all the research in Hebrew language, including coding. So it is not impossible. You just take a look at who all are the Nobel laureates: Japanese, Chinese, German, Israelis. They all do their research in their own mother tongue. And there is a huge amount of innovation and originality when you speak, learn, and do research and think in our own mother tongues. So starting from mother tongue, let us have a relook at the whole ecosystem of science that we have created in our country, and let you be the ambassadors for a new India during this Amrit Kal. Namaste.
I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Shri Vivekanand Pai for delivering an excellent message. Sir has highlighted many scientific, industrial, and political traditions with examples from ancient India, pre-independence and post-independence period. While we have made progress despite of foreign disruptions, we realize we have a long way to go in and again achieving a dominant position in many of these fields. Thank you so much for your wise words, sir. Now for the fourth topic, we have Professor V. Ramanathan here with us from the Department of Chemistry at IIT Banaras Hindu University. He has a PhD from IIT Kanpur and postdoctorate from University of Stuttgart, Germany, University of Basel, Switzerland, and Seoul, National University of South Korea. He works on laser spectroscopy and Raman spectroscopy.
As the technical team is setting it up, just to have attention for all from the participants. Record me करने कहीं से बात शुरू कर दिया. My previous speaker, Dr. Pai, made he recollected the words of Madan Mohan Malviya, the shipping industry, textile industry, and iron industry. ये record नहीं करने का, इनका शुरू नहीं हुआ ना, शुरू हो गया.
Namaste to all. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and particularly I thank Dr. Chaitanya for having me here. Being the last speaker of a session is always challenging because we have lunch after us, and all the previous speakers have put so many information on your head that you will start feeling drowsy and sleepy. So I'll keep it short and as much as effective as possible. for the next couple of minutes that we were already behind the schedule. But before I begin with what I have to say, I was impressed by what Dr. Pai said. And specifically, the question is to the students. So may I have your attention, please? There are three words: iron, textile, and ship. Can you trace the etymology for these words? क्या हुआ? Please don't have that as your lunch. So this is the land of people where there are surnames called Ghorpade. Okay, where we have tackled a monster lizard. So, shall I continue? Okay. So three words: textile, ship, iron. Can you trace its etymology? Even if you are proficient in Marathi, you can still trace the etymology. You don't have to know Sanskrit for this. I think the still attention is towards the lizard. So I'll not have it as an interaction. Iron comes from the basic Sanskrit word called ayas. Okay. Other word for textile is cloth. And cloth actually comes from, if you look at the etymology, cotton. And your Wikipedia will tell you that it comes from the Arabic word kutun. But if you trace it deeper, it comes from the Sanskrit word karpasa, kapas. So kapas to cotton is also a longer journey. And the other synonym for ship is navy, naval. Now at least we can guess what could be the Indian word. Navika. Okay. So if we even concentrate on the etymologies of words, even then we can gauge the Indian contribution to the world technology and economics out of the technology that has arisen in the last so many years. So, I mean, with these three mentions, it immediately occurred to my head. So I thought I'll mention this etymology also. So my task, as I said, as a last speaker, is to keep you energized before you go for the lunch. And this is about the fragrant story of self-reliance, the history of sandalwood. All of us would have used sandalwood in some form or the other. So this is a brief history about and how it talks about the self-reliance of our ancestors, or not from very long ago, but in the last 100, 120 years. Okay. So I'll take you through a very like a narrative story, not like a presentation typically. Somehow or the other, the geography of India is so very predestined for sandalwood cultivation. And no other country, even Africa, there are some temperate zone or tropical zones, but you do not find this tree, Santalum album, the botanical name. You don't find it anywhere else. You find it only in the southern parts of India, namely Karnataka, Kerala, and some parts of Andhra and Tamil Nadu. So India was kind of having this predestined advantage of this particular tree. And needless to say, our association with this tree was from its very antiquity. From the Vedic, in the Vedic literature, you have lots of invocation. You have lots of reference to this particular wood by different names. I'll not get into the multiple names. And it's not just in Sanskrit literature. The second picture, what I'm displaying here, is referred to as the famous Pali text, Milinda Panha. Panha is a Pali version of Prashna, Sanskrit question, the questions that the king Milinda had, and he got the answers from the Buddhist monk. So there also there is a lot of mention about Chandan, and in its different Paryayavachi manner. And of course, we had Charaka Samhita and Sushruta Samhita mentioning sandalwood in its various hues. In fact, Patanjali Mahabhashya also has got the mention of Sanskrit. Written text, those you may have a discount of oral text or oral tradition. Even the written text we have as recent or as eminent as Arthashastra, where it specifically mentions Chandana. So what I'm trying to impress upon you is the continuity of this word, not just in the usage, but also in academic materials like this Samhitas and Shastra texts. And interestingly, this is from Brihat Samhita. Anybody who is the author of Brihat Samhita? Not me. You should not say answer, not me. I want the author. Yep. Nope. Nope. Brihat Samhita. See, we are doing 75th years of Aazadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. And we are all bright minds here. We are trying to regurgitate our past knowledge. And this is the status that we have today. We are not even able to remember what our intellectual past, who are our intellectual past. This is, don't take it personally. I mean, this I do it in my normal class also. This is a reality throughout the country, that we are not even able to remember the names of some of the best intellectual minds that our country has produced. Brihat Samhita is by Varahamihir. Interestingly, this is a Brihat Samhita. It's a compendium. It's an encyclopedic text covering all and sundry topics that you can name under the sun. It will be covered. One of the chapters there, I think 78, the reference is missing, gone missing because of this Zoom thing, is it's called Gandha Yukti. And there, actually, the topics of permutation and combination finds its place. That if you have this 4x4 matrix, which is described in this shloka, I will not bother you by reading it out. What I've highlighted, the Malaya, that is one of the paryaya or the synonyms of Chandan. And it says how by using these 16 starting perfumes you can make, by taking 4 of them at every time, you can make how many total number of perfumes. Those of you who have got some training in maths or statistics, this is like writing 16C4. Okay. So going ahead, fast for coming forward from Brihat Samhita era, which is the first millennium, coming to second millennium, I'm skipping in between texts like Manaso Lasa and all, where again sandalwood is mentioned in profundity. You have Tipu Sultan, who had ruled Mysore, and it was during his reign that he devised certain administrative norms as well as policies by which India really became the monopoly of sandalwood in the entire world. The trades became, the trades got enhanced multifolded way. But that was at a cost, because he was very overambitious in having the economic expansion. As a consequence of it, it led to severe deterioration of sandalwood population in South India. Remember, a civilization or a country that was living in harmony with the sandalwood for at least 3,000 to 4,000 of years. Suddenly, somebody comes, a reformer or a leader comes, and to zealous economic expansion at the cost of deteriorating centuries old, millennium old treasure, herbal treasure. Slight digression here. This part which is shaded here was called the Vijayanagar Empire or Vijayanagar Kingdom, about which we study very little in our history textbooks, maybe half a page or one paragraph. Can anybody name any of the Vijayanagar kings? Yeah, please. Krishnadevaraya, other than him. How many years did Vijayanagar Empire last? I'm converting it into a quiz just to keep your attention focused here. Not really 1,000 years. 300 to 300 plus or minus some 20 years, you can say. So do you think Krishnadevaraya lived for 300 years to rule? Even if you take 50 years for a king, there should have been at least 6 names that we will be knowing them in the textbook. But unfortunately, our textbook do not mention the names other than Krishnadevaraya. Okay, so but there are other kingdoms or kings about whom we will study in every chapter, in every class. This is this kingdom, so it is in every chapter. So you can see the contrast here. Anyway, without digressing much, Until 1520, it was under the Vijayanagar Empire, and then 1520, we know that the Vijayanagar kingdom came down. It was under Muslim rule, and specifically under Tipu Sultan between 1760 to 1799, and that is where British goes in loggerhead with Tipu Sultan and defeats Tipu Sultan, and British kind of creates a vacuum, their leadership vacuum or a political vacuum. But just to clear that vacuum, they anoint a 4-year-old Chamaraja Wadeyar VII as a titular king. It was for a formality's sake, but the helm of the affairs the Britishers were handling. But what Tipu Sultan did, the Britishers did even more worse things. So already by the time of Tipu Sultan, the sandalwood growth had declined. The Britishers came, they did even more horrible things. They ruled it until 1831, all the damage were made. Then in 1868, the Wadeyars actually make a plea to the Britishers, saying that why don't you give us back to rule the kingdom the way we were ruling it before. And what starts as a plea in 1868, in 1881, the Britishers also feel that, okay, fine, they have done enough ruins. And they were also experiencing the loss. Don't think that the Britishers were magnanimous to hear or accept the plea of the Wadeyars. They were feeling a pinch of the declining economy. So they felt, okay, fine, they could do a better job by which we can earn the money in a better way. That's how in 1881, it goes back to the Wadeyars. Okay, after a hiatus of at least 100 years, the portion, that Mysore portion or the Mysore kingdom, what was called, it goes back to the natives or the Wadeyars. And this is the paper which Pai ji also mentioned, and in the morning also people mentioned, Angus Madison's very famous 2003 paper. This also I have a cynical comment to make, that before this paper, after Ramesh Chandra Datta and Rana Day, there was a long gap of almost 200 years. No economic historian could do this kind of a work from India. Only after 2003, all of us are chanting Angus Madison, Angus Madison. What prevented our own economics? You wanted to say something? Correct. You are perfectly on the spot there. But this is the best that we have, and we are all from not economics. At least I can take an excuse and saying I'm not an economist, so I'll borrow somebody's work and I'll present it. But that's a very cheaper excuse. But anyway, the story that I wish to convey here, which was already conveyed by my previous speakers, are that if you look at this yellow line, which is India, somehow this PowerPoint, this laser pointer is not working on this digital screen. But if you look at this Indian curve, and there is a decline all the way starting from 1700. So, which you can directly correlate with the kind of zealous economic expansion that some of the rulers had, and it never came up. Okay. Now it's shown as the upper curve, but as Dr. Giri said, there has not been any review. We are already 20 years after this paper was published, and at least I have not kept up to date about what is the review which has gone here. We have not come back to the stage that we started with. And there are several other reasons. It's not just the exploitation of sandalwood. Don't get that impression from my talk. There were several other, like the tax tyranny, what Pai ji was mentioning on different industries, iron and cloth. The tax tyranny was playing havoc, and as a result, we were having this kind of a decline. I would like you to take a guess. Who would have told this statement? Students. I want to make sure that you're not sleeping really and listening to me. That's one of the disadvantages of being a teacher, that you want to always be at the center of the focus. Can you take a guess who would have told this statement? Given the political scenario that we are all in today. No Googling allowed. No. Yeah. This is from Shashi Tharoor. He made a very famous speech in UK Parliament going in 2017 and making. He did that speech has got some of the vital points were mentioned there. But although I do not agree with all the points, but there are some points which we can So you can blame me for cherry picking, but then I'm doing this cherry picking to convey a particular point. It's a long quote, which I don't want to bother about reading it. But this is the same thing that was reiterated. Okay. The more important is the reference. And by looking at an Indian name, well, let's not jump in joy. He's not working in India, by the way. He has already migrated to a different country. Prasannan Parthasarathi. This is, to my knowledge, some of the recent book where he has taken stock of looking at the Indian economy the way R.C. Dutt or Ranade had done. So this book had come out in 2011, 10 years back, where he kind of gives the data for how the shipbuilding industry, iron industry, and cotton industry had gone down with data, with the empirical data. So we had the zealous economic expansion. We had tax tyranny by the Britishers. So our economy was in the doldrum. And adding to that, 1881, remember, the kingdom goes back to the Wadayars. And come the 20th century, you had the World War. I mean, the terminology World War also is debatable. Just because two countries or a group of countries would make a war, that doesn't become a world war. But be that as it may, we are stuck with those terminologies. We had the World War I, where particularly Britain versus the Ottoman Empire at that time. The Suez Canal was blocked because the Suez Canal was the only gateway of the finished produce or whatever export that India had to make. It had to pass through the Suez Canal. And the Ottoman Empire had blocked the Suez Canal, preventing goods from reaching the European mainland and upwards towards Britain. So this added more woes to particularly the sandalwood sector. Why? Because in 1914 to 15, although there were around 1,300 tons of sandalwood, only 70 tons could be sold. Okay. Imagine, wood is not something like which you can kind of keep it for ages. It will rot. 1,300 tons and only 70 tons being sold. Less than even 5% of it. So if you are in, I hope some of you are in management or commerce, you can gauge the kind of loss, economic loss that it would create. So this needed out of the box thinking. So that we had two very smart people, Krishnaraja Wadayar the fourth. Anybody can take a guess? Who is he? And how is he remembered today in the nation? I'm particularly students. National Engineering Day celebrated after his birthday. Okay, his name is Mokshagundam Vishveshwaraya. So these two smart people got together and they said, okay, fine, instead of exporting the wood, why not we process it, thereby adding value to it? So they said, let's distill the sandalwood oil. So that's how IISc was also being set up. It was very nascent. IISc was in a very nascent stage at that time. So these two professors working in IISc and Vishveshwaraya gave the idea, and then they started distilling the sandalwood oil for the first time in the country in a commercial way. Okay, this is again, previously I told about Gandha Yukti, I told about Chandan. The sandal oil was also extracted previously, but satisfying to the European norms. It was done for the first time in the early 20th century. And one Gopal Shastri was specifically handpicked for this job by Vishveshwaraya. So he traveled all the way from India to UK, but there he could not get the details. So he had to go to US. So he did some under the table transactions also, like they say, beg, borrow, or steal. He did that and he got the information. Then he came back, and that's how the perfection of this extracting of the oil and the soap gets started in the country. 1857, all of us remember this. This is referred to as a mutiny or a revolt or a better term in Sangram. In my opinion, I mean, I have not seen it in any textbook, making of soap in India, although Pramathanath Bose, I think, had started a soap industry in 1903, I would say this Mysore sandal makes a hallmark or a reflection of the sentiments with which the 1857 battle started. And what was the sentiment? That we will not use the fat derived out of the cow. That's it. That's how the narrative is built. all the canisters that they were having the fat which is derived from the cow, and we Hindus consider cow not less than any divine figure. So Gopal, when they were contemplating to make the soap until that time was also carrying the animal fat, especially the cow fat, which was a taboo, and that was there was chemical engineering ingenuity needed for that. And for the very first time, the Mysore sandal soap comes up, which uses the sandalwood oil distilled in the country, and a non-animal fat based soap. Okay, so I call it as a reflection of the first war of independence that we had in 1857. So, I mean, I'll not get into the details because those are a matter of time that what was established. But now there's a brief mention about this by Ranjana ma'am, and Pai ji also briefly mentioned it. This came into news quite recently, as recent as I think February or March this year. He is Pratap Simha, one of the MLAs of Karnataka BJP. There was a controversy. There is an express which goes from Mysore to Bangalore, and I think all of you can read it. This is called Tipu Express. So there was I think the independent bill, or he had put the bill in the Legislative Assembly, asking for converting this name to the Wadayar King. Why? What was the reason? Because this railway network from Bangalore to Mysore was established by the king from the treasury of the kingdom, and not by taking any money or any support from the English or the Britishers at that time. So this MLA's argument was, those of you who are interested can look at the tweet that he had done in February, that there is a man who had given fillip to the debilitating economy of sandalwood, and there was a man who exploited it. Now we are having a train named after for somebody who has exploited it. This raked up a lot of controversy though. But here, how this is specifically for the sandalwood. Remember, the sandalwood extraction was happening, the oil was getting distilled, soaps were getting manufactured. So this has to be connected to the already existing train line that the Britishers were laying for the coal purposes. So here is one Wadayar king who establishes a train line specifically for sandalwood. That's why I thought I should update you about this information also. This is from one of the PhD thesis from Mysore University. The very purpose, why the Mysore sandal industry began, if you look at it, it was to pay the tax to the government and to avoid non-recognition from the government. Remember, it was Vijayanagar, then Tipu Sultan, then Britishers, then back to Vijayanagar Wadayars, and then the Wadayars had to pay the bare minimum tax to the Britishers so that their independence or so-called autonomy should not be snatched back. So this was under that pressing condition that this Mysore sandalwood oil industry and soap industry took its genesis. This, in terms of the turnovers that they had, what started as a very industry to pay the tax to the British government, I have not updated it to last 3 years, but in 19 it was projected to be 800 crores. And without being any shy, the industry was not shy of advertising it right from the year when the Mysore sandal soap was established. So they went all over the world, even if they were exposed in UK, they went and they exhibited the product. And over a period of time, the advertisements also evolved. And it has evolved so much to my surprise that yesterday when I was boarding my flight, even in the Varanasi airport, they have this recent advertisement of Mysore sandal at Varanasi airport. So what I mean to say is they not only had the acumen of making the product, but also very wildly advertising it without caring for anything. And that speaks for its success. And it's not just that mere advertisement will be able to get the money. It's also the quality. Because today, I mean, it is GI tagged, geographical index. The Mysore sandal soap has it only for the reason that it is the KSDL is the only company which can produce the soap with authentic sandalwood oil. So I think this was the brief journey which I wanted you to take through. And my concluding remarks, okay, never give up attitude. Had the Wadayar King submitted to the onslaughts of the Britishers, I'll not be here speaking about the success story. Hard work as well as smart work, both of them need to be combined. And as for this, specifically for the students, if you do only hard work, then even the donkey does the hard work, but we need to combine it with the smart work. And that was amply reflected in the genesis of the sandalwood in general and Mysore sandal soap particularly. Out of the box thinking, and at times when where there's a will, there is a way. As we say, we need out of the box thinking to come up with some relevant solutions. Unchecked exploitation of natural resource will be a disaster, which is true at any given point of time. Even now, this is very much true. And welfare of large public should always guide the leader. Why did the Mysore Wadayar king, the kings having ruled a particular piece of land for hundreds of years, will not have to bother because they have enough wealth to sustain their family for multiple generations. That is never a part of, that was never the dharma of any of the ruler of this country. If you take even the so-called kings from the antiquity. So it is always the welfare of the public at the large. That is where the king's role or the leader's role or the ruler's role comes into picture. And the fact that he had to maintain the sovereignty of his subjects, the king rose up to the occasion and gave us the gift of this Mysore sandal soap. That's all I had to share. Thank you for your attention.
I would like to express gratitude to Professor V. Ramanathan sir for his interactive speech. Sir has given the insight of the historical view and its economical exploitation of sandalwood in India. In conclusion of the speaker session, I would like to thank all the 4 eminent speakers for sharing their deep knowledge and wisdom with us, and that too in a simple and beautiful manner. Now, I would request the IC Director, Professor Advait Vaidya sir, to give the mementos to the speakers. First, we have with us Shri Vivekanand Pai. Then we have Professor V. Ramanathan sir. And we also have Professor Ranjana Agarwal and Professor Jayanti Datta with us in online mode, who will be felicitated with the mementos in the due course.
Of course, all of us will be joining for lunch, but there is one thing I would like to say here, that we had good registrations, but not many have taken effort to come to the campus. It is important that we all are together in this endeavor. Reason being that there are speakers who have traveled all the way from, Pai sir has come from Kochi and Ramanathan sir from Banaras. So if they can make effort of traveling all the way, I think it is imperative on students. मुझे ऐसा कहना है कि जो लोग इतना बड़ा जर्नी करके आ सकते हैं और अपना शेड्यूल पकड़ के आ सकते हैं, उनको बाजू में रखे. स्टूडेंट्स जो कॉलेजेस में हैं वो रजिस्ट्रेशन करके लिंक आराम से घर में देख रहे हैं. That's not right, because this is now Corona is over and we must be together to understand the significance of this history. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to appeal to the students who are present here in whichever college they are from, Bandorkar College or maybe Doshi Bedekar College or Sathe College itself, or from the institute where we are having this seminar. There are very good arrangements being made. It is important to come here because actually now after listening, what we talk to each other is more important. Not that what they spoke wasn't important. That was certainly the trigger. But important thing is that we can discuss over lunch and we can take this forward. That is the point. So please make sure that those who have listened today had a very good experience, should speak to others and get more people tomorrow. There are arrangements. You can see the hall is right here. There is a smart TV they installed in record time. University of Mumbai's Thane sub-campus. Good arrangements are there. We need more people here because the cause is very important. All right. It's only celebrating 75 years is not enough. At least we make some effort to come to the campus and listen to these really excellent individuals. Okay. You saw Jayanti Datta madam, how transformative her thoughts were, and even all the speakers, the last speaker who spoke, and I think he was quite unsettled in the beginning, but later on, of course, he took over as a very good teacher. On behalf of Vinyan Bharati, I thank each one of the experts who took out time in their busy schedule, starting from the Vice Chancellor, Madam, and to the last speaker, Ramanathan sir. Thank you. Leave break for lunch now.
Now we welcome you all to join us for the lunch, after which we'll begin with the paper presentations at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Check, 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 testing, check, testing, check, testing. नाही येत आहे. check, testing, check, 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 check. येत नाही. Check, check, hey, testing, testing, check, hey, 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 check, testing, testing. येतोय का? आता येतोय ना व्यवस्थित? अरे सिंगल स्पीकर. तसं काय नाही.
Good afternoon, all. The University of Mumbai and Vigyan Bharati are celebrating the 75th year of India's independence under the Aazadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. On this occasion, the University of Mumbai Thane Subcampus, Kalyan Center, and Ratnagiri Subcampus and model colleges of the university are organizing a national hybrid conference titled Aazadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Past, Present, and Future of Indian Science. We have started on a great note with the inaugural session in the morning, where Dr. Honorable Vice Chancellor of SNDT Women's University, Professor Dr. Ujjwala Chakradev, was chief guest, and our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai, Professor Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni, gave the presidential address. We also had 4 eminent speakers shared their knowledge on topics relevant to Indian scientific and technological achievements. We would now like to carry forward the event with technical session for the day 1, and we welcome you all to the session. Several faculty, researchers, and students have joined us to share their thoughts based on the research paper and articles. Before I would start to call upon the speakers, I would like to welcome our honorable session chair, Mr. Chaitanya Giri sir. I would like to request our director sir to welcome them with a momentum and bouquet. Thank you, Chaitanya sir. Thank you, Advait sir. Chaitanya Giri sir is a consultant, author, and a space scientist who is trained hands-on and bona fide space scientist, astrochemist, and planetary chemist. Chaitanya sir have spent considerable time in Germany and France as a doctoral and postdoctoral scientist, and after that in Japan and United States as an early career scientist. Sir, we are all happy to have you here. Now I would like to call upon the speakers of today's session. The first speaker is Dr. Maninder Kaur Dalilwal, whose topic is on pre-independence scientific outcomes of India. Mr. Maninder. I request Mr. Maninder to start sharing the screen.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is my screen visible? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, may I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me for the session. I'm going to talk on pre-independence scientific outcomes of India. basically Indian civilization has always been a leader in.
Excuse me, sorry for interrupting, ma'am. Your screen is not visible. Means your presentation is not visible.
That is what I was showing. I don't know why it's not visible. Just give me a minute. Yeah.
Can we have your video on, please?
Yeah, just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Okay, this is screen. Screen is on. You want me to switch on my video too, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's visible
Yes,
now.
ma'am. Now
Yeah,
it is
thank
visible.
you. Okay, fine.
Ma'am, make it full screen, please.
Yeah, I'll just do that. Thank you. Yeah. Indian civilization has been the first civilization to come up with various aspects of scientific discovery, observation, and utilization of the same for upliftment of the society. Over the period of years, if you look back before Christ, million years, almost a millennium, where we started with human civilization in India or Indian subcontinent, we do have scriptures mentioning the learned men, sages, etc., talking not only about religion or specific rituals in various religions, or also the norms of society at that particular time, but there is also mention of how keen observing minds have been capable of observing well and proposing certain concepts which have been applied not only in India but worldwide later. We do have various scientific textual references in ancient sutras, Vedas, and other scriptures of the country. Ancient knowledge of mathematics can be found way back almost in the first millennium BCE in Baudhanya Sutra, wherein the Krishna Yajurveda branch has actually explained the concept of what we now know as Pythagoras theorem through the statement which said that a rope stretched along the length of the diagonal produces an area which the vertical and horizontal sides meet together. The same scripture also talks about how you can construct circling of a square and find out the square root of 2. Way back, the concept was clear. Obviously, mathematics is interrelated with astronomy, and Aryabhata is a famous mathematician and astronomer who created numerous discoveries during his times and has encrypted it in various scriptures. He created the phonemic number notations to represent numbers with consonants, vowels, and monosyllables. He actually has been an ardent scholar of mathematics, calculation of time, spherical astronomy. He was the one who has provided the world the basic concept of place value system in mathematics, and also the most important digit probably even today, that is 0. He also gave us the tables of signs, continued fractions, quadratic equations. Calculation of pi up to the 4th decimal position was made by Aryabhata. So definitely we have history of science of which we are talking about mathematics currently. This was science which was not just studied or conceptualized for the sake of understanding or for just the sake of basic development and of their observational skills. It was used and applied in various dimensions wherever they could. The fire altars or the Vedis, which we refer to as, if you look at those structures right across wherever we can find in each and every place of worship, we will find that they follow a specific mathematical design, a geometrical concept, an equation, which makes these altars or Vedis not only beautiful or aesthetic, but also structurally so strong that they have survived long periods of time in human history, and they are still appreciated for the beauty and the strength the structure possesses. The only problem with textual references of various scientific observations or conceptualization was that this was mentioned very briefly in various scriptures, and the verses which were used to describe concepts were not an elaborate proof or elaborate system of explanation. Instead, it was very concise, wherein no justifications or explanations or reasons were given, but they did mention how to apply the basic concept and how the aesthetics can be improved by using the concepts given by these mathematicians. not only mathematics, the application of science was done in metallurgy also, because human civilization basically started utilizing various homemade utensils, homemade instruments or tools to make the quality of life better. Various utensils ka shape was conceptualized by all the scientists and sages who lived in a society. We also developed various kinds of metals. We extracted it from various ores, since India was a mineral resource abundant nation. After that, these metals, we mixed and alloyed them and came up with various fantastic answers like bronze, etc. These metals or alloys were then worked upon, and their qualities, physical and chemical qualities, were analyzed and studied, and they were used for various purposes. One very beautiful example of how developed the science was is the wood steel. This steel was used for arms and armaments because this particular wood steel had the quality of being highly flexible, highly sharp, and yet it was very strong. It is said that the Damascus sword was actually made by woods, and this wood is actually till date being developed by few tribesmen in India, but we have not commercialized this woods production. And around early 19th century, German scientists started working with wood steel, and they analyzed the whole steel structure, and they found out that it actually had a component called as cementite, which was wrapped in carbon nanotubes. These carbon nanotubes are formed as the steel was being melted and molten and regenerated. And this gave the wood steel the strength and the flexibility and the sharpness, which is unmatched till date. But unfortunately, because there is no recorded actual preparation procedure or commercialization of the same, this particular technology or this basic science has remained limited to certain tribesmen in certain families or certain tribes, having the knowledge being transmitted from one generation to another. So this being a major concern, but yes, the knowledge always existed. The knowledge base in ancient India was really, really very good. Ancient astronomy was focusing on predictive scientific calculations. They were able to way back define the rotational time of not only Earth, but various planets, including the satellites like Moon. They could also specify the frequency of planetary movement with scientific precision. So the knowledge and observation skills of ancient sages or learned men was documented very briefly in terse statements in various scriptures, but it existed. The health science, as we know, the Shushruta Samhita has given us or had given us the concept of holistic health practices way back, which we are currently in 21st century revisiting, especially as observed in the pandemic times that we went through in the last 2 years. The Ayurveda or yoga now is being appreciated not as a medicinal branch of science, but as a way of life. We are revisiting this ancient knowledge and wisdom and trying to apply it today, if only we could spread it then and there. Definitely, India has been blessed with various eminent scientists who have made major contributions prior to independence during or the period of British rule. Though the British were trying to pull down all the intellectual development in India, making India so poor that they could not think beyond the daily bread they had to earn or the daily wages they had to earn. But still, Sir Jagdish Chandra Bose, to name a few, an eminent botanist who came up with the actual concept of how do we study plants as a science, and scientifically proved that life exists in various forms. This, in addition to his physics interest, he was also the pioneer of microwave optics, which made him recognized worldwide. Even the English government gave him the title of Sir for his major contribution to giving us the understanding of various forms of life, one being plants. Meghnad Saha, he was a renowned astrophysicist who later developed Saha equation to predict the chemical and physical conditions of various stars. So as I mentioned, we had a rich history of knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, other biological sciences, and it was eminently appreciated by these few renowned scientists in pre-independence era. Srinivas Ramanujan, most of us are familiar about. He has almost 200 publications of research to his credit internationally, which yet fascinates the world of mathematics. Yella Pragada Subbarao actually has been the discoverer of role of ATP. Imagine our understanding of biochemistry today, or life and mechanism of life, to treat various illnesses or to take our research in biotechnology further. We needed this basic understanding as to what is the source of energy to a living cell. This has been provided by Subbarao. We also had eminent scientific minds who not only talked about research as a basic research, but also research as an applied research. They talked about application of research. One such eminent example is P.C. Ray. This Indian chemist not only was a chemist with high intellectual power, but also he was one of the first Indian scientists who came up with the concept of commercializing the chemical discoveries which were happening in and around India. He is responsible for setting up Bengal Chemical and Pharmaceutical Work Limited in Bengal way back in the year 1938. Similarly, M. Sarkar, we have already listened to eminent speakers beforehand. They did mention this particular scientist was not only a very good physicist and chemist, but he was basically a person who wanted the spread of the knowledge which was really getting developed in the country. He founded the first ever probably documented journal called it Calcutta Journal of Medicine in 1868. This gave the whole Western world the idea of perpetrating science and scientific knowledge, giving the credit to the discoverers or the scientists who first invented it. And that's how the whole concept of journal research articles was initiated. He also was responsible for establishment of Indian Association of Cultivation of Science, though this happened in 1876, much later. But the basic concept of societies working towards dissemination of scientific knowledge and its applicability for societal welfare came in there. Definitely, the British rule was basically focused on plundering the riches of the country, mineral resources, the wealth, the economic resources, etc. But they were also responsible for making the Indian population go away from their peaceful, serendipitous lifestyle towards a life full of strife and struggle for getting their daily wages, giving them no time to think serendipitous. So these scientists either migrated out of India, or the scientific discoveries and scientific jugards, which they refer to as in the Indian community, whichever came up was immediately taken up by Britishers and utilized for commercialization at their end, or with the Western community taking full benefit of it instead of India. The need of the funding and the push or the impetus which was required to turn up the wheels of scientific discovery was totally destroyed during British times. But yes, brilliant minds were erupting there and wherever it was possible and disseminating knowledge which they were acquiring. But definitely it affected the development of technologies based on those scientific understandings of commercial significance. The British regime took care that the Indian subcontinent commercialization of scientific applications was minimized. This led to major brain drain and also the drain of Indian economy. India losing its self-sufficiency in various domains, or most of the domains, was the major end result. And hence, the impetus, though, which came in the form of funding and support to science and technology post-independence through various 5-year programs, have definitely made us rejuvenate our scientific understanding of various concepts, but we definitely have miles to go before we can attain our past glory. Thank you. That's all from my end.
This was a wonderful presentation. All the information which Maninda ma'am gave about that ancient metallurgy, ancient health science, and about the renowned pre-independent scientists, this was really very informative, and we are very thankful to have such an informative presentation today. Now I would like to request our session chair Chaitanya sir to give your comments on the presentation given by Dr. Maninder ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Dhaliwal, for this really comprehensive lecture about the various achievements that we've had, the various tribulations that our scientists faced in the past 200, 300 years. And it's a promising step. It's a promising step for all of us that like the conference is mentioned. It is mentioned as Aazadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, past, present, and future. So whatever we study right now or whatever we present right now today is of use because we want to learn from the mistakes that have been committed in the past so that they are not repeated in the future. So I wish to ask you a question. Since you are from the Department of Microbiology at BK Birla College, Kalyan. Ma'am,
Yes.
the textbooks usually on microbiology, especially Steiner and Leininger and all, they don't really speak of Indian microbiology per se. So it appears as if all the microbiology in the world started from Anton von Leeuwenhoek, and there was microbiology before that. So what would you comment on that, ma'am?
Sir, ideally, unfortunately, as I mentioned, we could not document whatever microbiology that we have been using over the years. Like, for example, in the whole lot of textbooks that you have no mention of idli, which is probably one of the most ancient fermented dietary component of Indian subcontinent. Definitely, we need to document it. We need Indian people to come up with documentation of this in good books, which are now being referred. And for that, Indian subcontinent has to take over the past glory of publishing good books from our own country so that we can say these are good reference books and wherein we get mentioned for our country's noble contributions, though not credited to Indians as much, but most of the discoveries, like for example, Tadi. Tadi is something which happened probably simultaneously to beer discovery, but we do not have any mention of this anywhere in any documented textbooks of Indian origin also. So we need to work on this. As I mentioned, documentation is an area which we still need to work very hard on. Sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So we move on to the next.
Yes. Thank you, Chaitanya sir. Thank you, Dr. Maninder ma'am. Now I would like to call upon the next speaker, Dr. Dheeraj B. Shekhawat, on the topic of role of Indian scientists and freedom movement, a review.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
So at the onset, I would like to congratulate all of us for that we'll be celebrating the Amrit Mahotsav, that is completing 75th year of our independence, and what our Prime Minister at present.
Please, ma'am, click on start video.
Yes, my video is on, ma'am.
We can't see you, ma'am, and your share screen is also not visible here.
I am just sharing my screen.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, now we can see you.
Is my screen being shared or not?
No, ma'am.
Can Can anyone from that side can focus or can share my presentation?
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, we are working on it. Just a minute.
Yeah, please. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on this occasion. The role of Indian scientists and the time when the India we were struggling for the freedom from the clutch. So it was really a tough time for all of us. And most of the people that are not knowing, they were not supporting Indians. The science, forget about it. It was a big thing to understand. But later on, as the time passed on, and then now if we look back, then we can make out or we can think that really the people that time hard to make us aware of what science is and indirectly the Indian economy prior to independence. Now it also. So as we all of us are aware that science play a very important role, not only previous year, present year, and economy. It has enormously uplifted the economy of the India, and there have been various inventions from the early man era to the science era, what we are facing today. It is possible just because of the development and the modification, the research daily, day by day. Even I can say, even singly, each day there is some or the other new breakthrough which is being found.
Sorry to interrupt,
Yesterday
ma'am, but your
only.
voice is not audible. And please let us know if you want us to change the slide.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. And please let us know if you want to change the slide.
I think I am sharing from my side. It is from my side, or you people are doing it?
We are sharing from here.
Okay.
Ma'am, from your side, the sharing has been done. Screen share.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll just stop sharing from my end and we'll try to connect yours. Yeah, ma'am. Can you please share your screen once again? Because it's not visible at our end.
Now, can you see this abstract slide?
Yes, ma'am. Abstract slide we can see.
Yeah. So this is my first slide. Is it visible?
No, ma'am. Ma'am, can we share the screen and we know if you want to just change the slide?
Take it. It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll have to make it fast.
Yeah. Please move on. Please move to the next abstract slide.
Ma'am, is the screen visible at your end?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, the abstract slide is open now.
I could see only first slide, madam. second one slide.
The slide is changed now. Can you see, ma'am?
No, it's okay. I can let it be. So scientists like C.V. Raman, Jagdish Chandra Bose, Swanti Swarup Bhatnagar, Satish Dhawan, Vikram Sarabhai, they all have contributed a lot in the growth and development of the science in the various spheres. And when India was struggling to gain independence, it was not only the politically dimension what we were working on. It was along with that, the revolution was also striving to establish for the intellectual and scientific movement. At the same time, both were equally for our scientific and intellectual fighting also we were doing. So now if you talk about always or more on the use of science for the agriculture and the industrial development of the India. He was of strong opinion.
Please wind up, madam, within 2 minutes. Thank you. Your time is over. You can still conclude within 2 minutes, please.
Even the National Education Policy 2020, which was released by Government of India, that also has many facets which are all so when we like education, which will be mother language, the active learning, the
Ma'am, your
flexibility,
network is
choice
unstable.
subject.
You are not audible, ma'am.
Now, right now I'm network region में. Absolutely. The place where I am right now, it is deficient in network, but right now I search for the region and it is properly network, madam. So
Can you conclude within half a minute?
yeah,
Yeah, please.
yes, sir. Yeah. So like the establishment of CSIR, IITs, which was happened between 1947 to early 1970, that was a major contribution from our scientists, and what we are today also it is being working a lot. So in this, we could see that scientists done an unparalleled contribution of India for the economy of the India, and also it was done between the 19th to 20th century. The vision of the self-reliance that also gave insight to the work for our motherland and also given rise to the modern scientific research. So at the end, I must say that we should acknowledge the greatest contribution which was made by these scientists in the pre-independence and during the independence. And further, if we make science to grow, it should always in terms of the humanity, always work for the positiveness and the upliftment of even the remotest people, remotest man which is residing in our. Hello. Hello.
Thank you, ma'am. We were.
Am I audible?
Yeah, we were unfortunate to not hear you properly, but I've gone through your slides and I've gone through your paper. It has come out really well. You've gone to great lengths to explain the great achievements of Indian scientists despite the tribulations. And you mentioned the achievements and the fights of several Indian scientists quite succinctly. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, no, am I audible? Now I would like to request Dr. Sandeep P. Shinde with a topic of role of scientists in Indian struggle for Swatantrata. Dr. Sandeep sir.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Dr. S.P. Shinde. I'm going to explain about the role of scientists in Swatantrata. Actually, independence is nothing but the independence in wealth, as well as independence in a scientific point of view. Means what? During the time of pre-independence, our science was not too developed, and Britishers, they are not ready to explain the science to the Indian. So our scientists did some work to develop science among the Indian peoples. So I'm going to explain about this with some points here. So objective of my presentation is to find the history of Indian association in scientific activities during colonial India, to find the various stages of efforts of Indian scientists in the development of modern sciences in India, to know the involvement of early scientists in India and their role in nation building, to know the contribution of scientists in the Swadeshi movement, as well as the cultivation of science among the Indians, to develop a scientific temperament among the Indians. So the first point is, when Britishers, they are coming in the India, at that time, we are calling this as Hindustan. So at that time, how they start to rule these Indians. So the first war, or first battle of Plassey, Plassey was a major turning point of modern Indian history. In that battle, from East India Company, Robert Clive was headed that, and from Nawab of Bengal, one of the major commander of Nawab was Mir Jafar. So this war is also called as a decisive event. The explanation about all this was given in the first session. So I'm not going into the details about this, but after this war, they entered in the Bengal, and after that, science or the education which is developed here in the India, behind this science, there are some phases are there. That is Munshi phase, then Babu phase, and then we are moving towards the scientific phase. But for each and every step, the Britishers, they are using our peoples. They are trying to cultivate education only for the purpose of fulfilling the need of Britishers. Now you can see what happens that at the beginning, the inventors want the people for the data analysis as well as some work. So they are trying to educate the people, and they fulfill the need of East India Company. In 17th century, Maratha Empire was strong, and fight with the Marathas, the knowledge about the roads and the lands, as well as the culture of people from this area is needed. So for this, they hired some people from the India, the native peoples from the India. They are calling as a munshis. So these peoples are known as a munshis. So for getting information from the natives, they did one survey. That survey is called as a grid trigonometrical survey. Then after the survey, after this Munshi phase, Indians are educated for the development of Indian company, but to retain our power of inventors, they always kept Indian away from the education and government services. The next phase is the Babu phase, in which they are giving opportunities for the Indians or for the natives to do the services. This phase is called as a Babu phase. During similar time, what happens here, the Raja Ram Mohan Rai has taken initiative and opened a Hindu college at the Kolkata. So during the time of opening up this college, the motive is the education should be for the Indian people, and this education should be given by Indians also. So the teachers as well as students, both they are from India. This was the motive, and based on that, they opened Hindu college after after 1824. This college is also called as a Presidency College. Okay. So how the science begins? So when they understood the evolution of science in the building of empire, means they want to build up empire here in the India. So for this, they used India as a station field. The main aim of a Britisher is to create a cheap labors in India to build up an empire. Then they are not ready to educate natives, because in 1792 they lost America due to educating native peoples. So British did survey of Himalaya. Simultaneously, the next survey is about the geographical survey. And this survey was carried out in the Himalaya region to know the mineral wealth in that region. The motive was to collect the metals as well as minerals which are present in that area, and for the development of nation. Second is and that's why the geological survey was did there, to know where is the coal and where is the minerals are there. Then in this way, the development which, sorry sir, this is the introductory part. Actually, okay, sorry. So many scientists, they did work. One of these, Mahendra Lal Sarkar, we already learn about this in first session. Then Ashutosh Mukherjee sir, then Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray, then Jagdish Chandra Bose, then C.V. Raman sir, then Meghnad Sahab, Satyendranath Bose. And my conclusion is, the primary aim of British ruler is to educate Indian to know the information of land, to finish the Maratha Empire as well as the empire on the land of India. In first stage, they have given field work to the Indian people and called them as a munsi, and then moved to Babu phase as administrative responsibilities are given to them. But overall aim of British rulers was to expand empire on the land of India. The primary education in India was to provide the labors for the development of company. but our scientists cultivated science among the Indians and transformed to the science education results in the development of India. It was found that for the cultivation of science among the students, most of the scientists left government job and spent time to do the research, like C.V. Raman sir. So they are participated in Swadeshi movement also. I previous slides are left. So that I have given explanation about the involvement of the scientists in the Swadeshi movement. So thank you very much.
Dr. Shinde, thank you. You've written a really extensive paper. It's full of information. I think this needs to be shared with everyone. Just that the 10 minutes that were given to you did no justice to it, because you can't put in all the history in 10 minutes. So, but irrespective of that, I still congratulate you. I must here say this to everyone that, look, we've today established 3 or 4 major facts. Fact number 1 is that why did British come over here? And whatever scientific institutions they established in India, what was the main purpose behind that? The purpose was never education for us, but they wanted coolies, they wanted babus for their running their administration. So that is fact number 1. Fact number 2 is we've sort of consolidated a few names in your mind, which you will, I think these names will last. These names will last with you forever. And one of the names that perhaps was missing was Mahendra Lal Sarkar. Mahendra Lal Sarkar is actually the biggest catalyst in Indian science, because if it was not him, none of the new scientific institutions that we see would have been possible, because his efforts in setting up Indian Association for Cultivation of Science gave rise to all the names that we just heard Dr. Shinde speak about. Most of these names are connected to that one single institution, and that single institution was not raised with British money, but it was raised through money collected from the influential people from Kolkata. And you must remember that that time Kolkata was the capital of India, not Delhi. And that's why it was much easier to raise institutions in Kolkata. That wasn't possible here in Maharashtra. But tomorrow when we move on to the second session, we'll know about our institutions in our vicinity. But irrespective of that, these were the few basic facts that might have got ingrained in your minds, and you will carry them forward. Another suggestion is that we have people from chemistry, we have people from microbiology. I don't remember where Dr. Shekhawat is from, but what we are doing with Vigyan Bharati and with Mumbai University is that we are looking for people who might dig up and find some unsung heroes. Now, many of the names that we hear today are all sung heroes. They've been heard, you know their names. So, okay. So the idea here is that we've heard names which are sung heroes. We know them. Their names are quite well written in annals of history, but we're looking for some unsung heroes. Heroes whose names are not written in any literature, neither English literature, neither Marathi, neither Hindi. We want them, because at the end of the day, they might have done something really wonderful, and they might not be credited for their discovery or for their innovation or whatever, for their contribution. So we are looking for such names. Why is that so? Because 250 years of Indian history, part of Indian history, and it can't be hinged around a few 5-10 names. There might be a few more people who might have worked without any recognition, and that is one of our efforts. So whenever you do a paper like this, or whenever you go deep into research in your spare time, because I know you guys are all busy with your day-to-day activities, but still the idea is that you find somebody in your domain in chemistry, that somebody in remotest parts as well. So when I speak tomorrow, I'll tell you about somebody who was working in Dahanu district and what impact that person did to Indian science. Somebody from Dahanu, and not even a scientist, a school teacher. So you need to go deep. You need to be a bit more journalistic, inquisitive, curious, and pull out names. It might be names from your communities. It might be some names that you've heard in your villages. It might be just hearsay, but please bring these names forward and write really well about them. Now, what I congratulate our writers is that they've written really well. And I again say that 10 to 15 minutes does no justice to their papers, and it doesn't do any justice to the people that they are speaking about. So I'll end over here and we move on to the last.
It was very nice presentation, Sandeep sir. In very less time, your presentation was very informative. And thank you, Chaitanya sir, for your valuable inputs and suggestions of unsung heroes, and all your information was very valuable for us. Thank you, Shinde sir, and thank you, Chaitanya sir. Now I would like to call next participant, Dr. Dilip Kakavipure sir.
So Dr. Kakvi Pure is from Department of Zoology, BNN College, Bhivandi. Dr. Kakvi Pure, can we hear you? Or do we have to unmute him? Dr. Kakvi Pure, you can unmute yourself.
ओके 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 हेलो, आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
हाँ आ रही है सर.
ओके, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू. वीडियो पण चालू कर.
Kakvi, can we have your video on?
या वीडियो ऑन कर. वीडियो ऑन कर.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
नाही, झालं. दिसतोय का?
Yeah, sir, presentation is visible.
ओके ओके, I saw on video, madam. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, thank you the organization committee for ACAM and University of Mumbai for giving me this opportunity. Today I am here to present the paper on anthropological activities and its conservation of Varala Lake, Bhivandi, Thane. It's a, dear students and participants and my colleagues, Honorable Vaidya sir, water is the essential community of life from the time immortal. Life has been settled near water bodies such as Sindhu and Nile and Egyptian province or civilization of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. Due to population growth in post-independence or recent time, it has been observed that demand or pressure exerted on natural resources is very great, and lakes has no doubt. It has been the attraction for our assets as per the natural resources and for its aesthetic value. In the present paper, that the students, myself, Dr. Kakvipure as a principal investigator, and Divyash Misra, Hayat Sayuddin, and Mezabin. These students, they have carried out the projects for MSc paper 4, that is research dissertation. And there was a great problem after post independence. We can see that the water bodies are not maintained, and because of the population growth, anthropological activities, the microcystis blooming was taken place in Varala Devi Lake, which is the second largest lake in Thane district and in MMRDA. Next. Enter karna. Okay, in the present dissertation and efforts has been made to study the anthropological activity and its conservation of Varala Devi Lake, Thane. Lake ecosystems are greatly affected by anthropogenic activity due to the population growth and the accompanying development of industries. These anthropogenic activities include intensified exploitation of fisheries resources, reclamation of land from marshes to lakes, wastewater discharge, construction and water conservation and tourism, etc. Eutrophication of lakes with Brugelian algal blooms, elevation in chlorophyll concentration, simplification of species composition, changes in the zooplankton, benthos species and subspecies of aquatic microphyte originally dominant in lakes by planktonic algae. To suggest the future conservation and restoration of lake, the present investigation was taken place with the help of corporates, commissioner, then many local peoples, then the Nagar Sevaks, NGOs, and with the help of students, that is the young generation or young population or young asset, which are the dynamics if you give them proper guidance and advice. Next. Introduction, that's chemical disturbance include the changes in the loading rates of the biostimulatory nutrients, oxygen consuming material, and toxins. The proposed work aims to advance the conservation of Varala Lake was examined. The human needs the lake habitats are essential resources. Lakes have mild temperatures and influence the surrounding ecosystem. The city planners in the late 60s and early 70s decided to convert a small pond into the lake near ancient temple of Varala Devi. It is in Bhiwandi, the famous Manchester of India, that is known as the city of power looms and great businesses and power looms basically. Previously it was handlooms, but the great textile industry, Manchester of India. This lake was converted into large water reservoir by construction and earthen dam in
Sir, you are not audible.
Yeah. I'm talking. I'm just taking.
Okay.
Can you listen me?
Yes, sir.
Let's provide for aquatic and semi-aquatic plants and animals, which ऊपर कर. Slide change कर, slide. Okay, lakes provide shelter for aquatic and semi-aquatic plants and animals, which in turn provide food for many living things, increasing the landscape diversity. Human population can impose excessive stresses on aquatic ecosystem. Since then, the lake has witnessed drastic changes in recent years. Varala Lake is one of the largest in size in Thane district. It is located beyond the city of Maharashtra, India. Bhiwandi city is one of the commercial city and also known as the Manchester of India, as I already mentioned. Navratra, Lord Ganesha, Durga Visarjan, Chhat Puja, and many such aesthetic and mythological events or festivals. This water body is utilized for discharging the nirmalya in that, and because of the nutrients was very greatly increased in this lake since last 8 years. This lake has been conserved for permanent basis by National Lake and Conservation Policy under Ministry of Environment, Forest and State Government of Environment and Bhiwandi Nizampur City Corporation. And about 9 crores was permanently conserved, but then also because of the non-maintenance, looking into this matter, serious matter by the government, by the corporators, by the locals, this lake has been deteriorated a lot, and the nutrients, due to the heavy nutrient rich geography, this lake is very important, and it is the geographical location is given. Next.
Sir, please come to the observations.
Yeah. I will go to the final observation. This is the map. Next. This is the requirement, that is the net, trap, then power, proposed work exactly. Next. Then these are the 4 ghats that actually were prepared for, especially for Ganesh Visarjan, so that the main lake or main water body will be separated from this Nirmalya Visarjan, or the impact of this Nirmalya Visarjan. Next. Sorry, this one is the important. 6,97,200 kg debris was removed by the guidance of me. I have worked for this expert committee for this lake, and about this, it was in brass, but it was converted into debris. This much debris was removed recently, 15 days back. Next. These are the debris removal program. You can see the Pockland machine, then debris, the Ganpati idols, then micro cities bloom. You can see. Next. This is now, you can see the water body is getting clean. This is the 50 mld water supply that is supplied to the Bhiwandi city, which was only 5 mld. Now it is 50 mld, and clean water is getting to this water filtration plant near Bhiwandi only. Next. This is a sample collection of water by Divesh Misra, one of my students, and is the main investigator or main research student, along with Mezabin and Hayat, who submitted the dissertation for Mumbai University for paper 4 research. Next. This is my and the many. Yes, sir.
Please come to the
next. Yeah. Okay. Cleanliness program. Okay, this is again the word about, okay, next result. These are the beautification of there by the roadside. 3 small isolated water bodies constructed. Water holding capacity has been increased to the increased depth. Next.
Dr. Dilip, please
Yeah.
conclude.
Yeah,
Running out of
conclude,
time.
last. Yeah. When we pollute water resources, we are not only causing harm to the water bodies, but putting lots of useful resources waste. For instance, every ton of domestic water supplied to our homes undergo costly treatment. So practice water conservation, protect water, embrace tradition and taking the shower rather than bathing. These are the few suggestions that I had given on this occasion, on this Amrit Mahotsav conference, Aazadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And thank you for washing activities to be prohibited, then improve water quality by adapting the modern technologies, floating and so forth. But this is the unexpensive methodology that I have utilized, where we have used alam, that is turti, for flocculation, removal of debris, and continuous supervision. These were the remedial measures they were suggested.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, organizing committee, Vaidya sir, and all everyone, and Mumbai University for giving me this golden opportunity. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So thank you so much for your enthusiasm in cleaning up the Varala Lake in Bhiwandi.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
it's
sir.
a really honorable thing that you did, and it's your contribution to Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. And
Thank you,
it's
sir. Thank you.
Contribution to making your city more beautiful than what it was in the recent past. And
Correct.
Yeah. So thank you. And
thank you.
With this lecture, I'll also like to say that since there is a dearth of topics that we have to move on to such papers because we want to focus more and more on unsung heroes, like I said. So as you move out, as you start reading newspapers, books, as you go on to your native places, your communities, please make sure that you identify people not for their achievements or not for their published achievements, but many things that go unpublished. Now, if we wouldn't have given this paper the necessary space, we wouldn't have known that there are people in our colleges who are wanting to do great stuff, but there is a lack of platforms where they can present whatever they've done. It might not be entirely scientific, it might not be entirely historical as the other papers were, but what they've done is something that is contemporary. What they are doing is to make their communities beautiful, cleaning it up, contributing to the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, and this is what we want to do in the near future. So as we delve in the past, as we look into the past for unsung heroes, we'll also have to start looking for good people, good Samaritans who are working right now at this very moment. So please don't take this paper as a odd man out paper. It's not an odd man out, but you have to start taking things and seeing them in one synchronous manner. So with that, we conclude this today's session. Tomorrow, what time are we meeting? 10 o'clock. So tomorrow we are meeting here again at 10 o'clock. We start with seminar, and then post lunch, we'll move on to papers like these. So thank you. Thank you all to our speakers, wonderful speakers.
Thank you, Dilip
for your
sir.
sportsmanship.
Thank you, Dilip sir. For
On
your
behalf of
presentation.
Mumbai University, Thane Sub-Campus, Ratnagiri Sub-Campus, I am thankful to Dr. Chaitanya Giri sir for accepting our chairmanship for this paper presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
I thank all the guests, Chaitanya sir, Advait sir, and all the technical chair, all the speakers for joining us to this session. Tomorrow would hope to see you all at 10 a.m. for the day 2 session. And thank you all for participating. Thank you.